Okay, I think I should be live. Should I? I have like a bit of a cold right now, so I don't know. Hopefully I sound okay. Let's see. Let's see. Yes. The sound is good. I need to make actually chat happen. In the meanwhile, I can start Limbus. Need to fix my chat. Oh, we got the new Gentoo. We got the new Gentoo screen already. It's pretty good, but like, why can't I? Okay, properties. Okay, yeah, I didn't make chat happen. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. I will also like do camera, but I need some time to actually remember how to fucking stream because I didn't do it for so much. Oh yeah, we're downloading like 1 gigabyte of data, of course. The Firefox, go here. Yeah, I'm trying to like download it right now. Which is almost done. Almost done. I can make a thumbnail for now. Okay. Okay, let's go with the window though. I hope it lets us play, to be honest.
머저리들이 바삐 움직이는 걸 보니 단잠의 시간이군.
Okay.
몰랐나? 토끼는 원래 야인.
So we got level 45 or 45, 55. I need to get my Lunacy. To get my pass. It's pretty much the same. The level up part at least. Let's see. So for now we only have like what? We have like only 20 levels available. Okay. Can I see the story? Oh yeah, I can see it for real though. What I want to do for now, well, let me, first of all, let me like fix the settings on my game.
단잠의 시간이군. 몰랐나? 토끼는 원래 야행성이다.
Which should be full screen, right? Yeah. And I'll reopen the game, because I want to get like the default screen here. I want to screenshot it. So I can use it. Oh, that should be good. All right. This should be good.
머저리들이 밥 비움.
Yeah, I would actually like need to buy the new pass also.
몰랐나? 토끼는 원래 야행성이다.
Okay, I did my new thumbnail. What is the game streaming actually called? Forgot. Well, I already canceled the game for the stream now.
검은 머리 짐승은 예로부터 믿지 말라 했다.
Should be somewhere.
조심하도록.
Oh yeah, the game title, of course. Limbus Company. Okay. So did change thumbnail for my stream. Yeah. Okay, so it's looking good right now. Hello there, it's Janine. The bell tolls and the fairy woman wants her payment. I don't know what you mean, to be honest. Okay. Oh, do you even have sound right now? Okay. Oh. Okay, I do have sound. I can actually do like daily instructions though. I doubt I'll get anything, but well, doesn't hurt to try. Oh yeah, the better. Okay, you mean like the new instructions? So we get all this. Yeah. What's his skills though? Oh, he's Rupture. Is Rodian Rupture also? She is. Okay. This is not the new identity, unfortunately. Yeah, we didn't get it. So, it would seem that I need to like buy the bus, kinda, right?
토끼는 원래 야행성이다.
So how much is it? Well, not that much though. Oh yeah, I need to like go. I forgot how to use the shop. Yeah, here it is. Let's see how much it wants. Okay. Yeah, I don't have like that much on me, but yeah. Get some. I will buy it though. So what do we get like in first levels? I mean, we get some vouchers. We don't really get any Season 6 extraction tickets. Yeah, so it's okay. First ego in the second phase. Oh yeah, I get it. So next week we get like the new ego. The first of them. Where it is. Oh yeah, here it is. I see now. Oh, okay, we also get like, okay, it's an identity ticket. That's the training ticket. Wait, we get like 2 egos. Okay, so I need to stop my camera though, and we can start playing the story, I guess. Nothing really prevents me from doing so. Actually, I need to like think kind of team I'm going to use today. Because I need to like level up my IDs, obviously. And well, let's see. So it's convert like all my like shares into threads, so I not lose them. And we have some level up tickets, which is good. Okay. Yeah, I see. Okay, it truly is. Yeah, okay, so where is my camera at? Okay. Yeah, I think it looks good already. Maybe, hopefully. I need to like move microphone a bit. Oh, it's cool, you got all the blood fins. Yeah, I think then it should be easy. Oh. Hopefully. Okay, so hope you can still hear me. I didn't move my microphone too much. Should I move my camera though, or should I like move myself? I'm kinda in the center of the camera. I mean, not really. Maybe like this. Is this better? I don't know, maybe. Okay. We can proceed then. So, Yeah, I forgot how to play with Latvians. I think instead of her, I want to take a support, right? And I want her, I guess.
자,
Like this.
해골바가지랑 거미 대가
Like this.
후드려 패러 간다.
Yeah, this should be good.
닥쳐라, 해.
Let's do it this way.
누굴 팰지 내가 정한다.
꽃이 져 우수수 하늘 가득 흩날릴 때
Flowers with petals fall, drizzle of blossoms, sky blooding.
빛깔 잃고 향기 멎은들
Colors
그
fade,
누가 슬플까?
fragrance dies. Who shall mourn their passing?
꽃 갈퀴 손에 들고
To the garden I go,
뜰을 나섰고
in hand a flower rake,
떨어진 꽃잎 밟을까
only to base,
서성거리네.
lest crush the scattered blossoms they make.
그러니까 결국 이
Thus,
세상
in this troubled world I breathe,
눈을 감지 않는
to shut my eyes
벗어날 도리가 없겠지.
is my soul reprieve.
호가 얼마나 고단하고
Okay, so we got like the first new character here. Just like the hair of Hyungyang. So, I mean, little Bayo, I mean, she's talking to Honglu, right? Little Bayo. Must have walked and toiled tirelessly on your journey home.
험난하진 않았어요.
I wouldn't say about much, grandmother. My days were always filled with new and interesting things to see. What are they talking about over there? They're sitting so far apart that I can hardly hear them. I mean, is this even a dining table? I can't even see who's sitting at the other end from here.
어딘가 불편하신 점이라도 있어.
There isn't bothering you, dear guests.
소인이 도울
This humble servant, if this humble servant can help with any... There's something bothering me, alright? We're in the middle of a meal. Can you please stop? Not at all. Nothing's bothering us at all. Everything's good.
그럼
Oh, Bio, my boy,
친구분들을
when will you introduce me to your new friends? Oh boy, I never know how to act in front of others' parents. Where do I look? Is this an appropriate size for a polite smile? I hope I don't come off too smarmy.
아, 그럴 필요까지는
It's
없어.
nothing to pass over.
내 집이다 여기
Think of this as your own place and enjoy your time here. Thank you. But, well, this place is so huge that I can hardly relax. I'm worried I may get lost going out for a cup of water.
아, 그건 걱정
Don't you worry. We have stray people shelters located all around the house for that. Our servants visit them once a month to collect anyone's who's unfortunately got lost, if they're still alive, that is. Yeah. Hello. It has to be the funniest joke I ever told. I wasn't joking, but I'm glad you enjoyed it anyway. I must ask, Honglu, for I spy no other sibling for yours here. This is quite odd, for I had thought this to be a welcoming party for your return. Yeah, I got like a bit of a cold, unfortunately. Hey, it's my welcoming party too. Besides, what makes you think we'd ever want to see their stupid faces? Just to get mad? It's been like 10 whole years since we even shared a meal together. And, not even think about trying to chat me up. Did you already forget what I said earlier? There is nothing between us anymore. We're enemies. They initiate the conversation, though. I'm simply so glad that my son, Pio, has returned as a man who can now more than carry his own weight, and unharmed too. So, dear Pio, I didn't mean to rush, but when are you planning to depart again?
아직 정해진 건 없어요.
It has been decided yet, Mother. I see.
그렇구나.
I'm simply concerned that you to
나는
stay here
그저
to be prolonged.
이곳에 계속
Perhaps you might
머물러있기보다는
fade before your
내
duties are
생각을 다하지
completed.
못하고 저물까 봐. 가모님도
Do you
그렇게
not also
생각하지
agree,
않으십니까?
Venerable GMU?
그래.
Indeed.
우리의 둘도 없는
Dear
진귀한 보.
Bayo,
이
our
속세에
peerless
남아있지
treasure,
말고
dare not to
해야
belong
되는
in this
다시
mundane
떠나
world.
그 가치를 다하고
Leave when the time is right, and fulfill your worth.
그럴게요.
Okay, grandmother,
할머니,
mother.
어머니.
Throughout the entire familial discussion, Anglo's expression remained the same, the tranquil, perpetual smile. Despite his return after years of wandering, being met with the family's obvious push to make him leave as soon as possible. He stands unaffected, as though he were expecting this gaudy yet hollow welcome. With his attitude being so passive, I had no choice but to watch as a bystander. A few hours ago. Okay, so actually gonna now learn how we got to this point.
이제 곧 가나가 오겠군요.
Palanquin will be here soon.
가마.
Palanquin?
여기는 무슨
So cool.
타고 다니나 보네.
Sure sounds like a fancy ride. Isn't that just super, Greg? Yeah, so I'll be getting a palanquin or whatever it's called to give us a ride all the way to the mansion. These little comedy pairs' desperate efforts to lighten the mood are particularly appreciated today, as tragically ineffective as they seem to be.
네.
Yes,
여러분들과
LCB
같이
and Gia.
지사의 주요 가문의 일원이
Oh yeah, I
거쳐서
actually forgot like
대관원으로 가시게
Gia
됐네요.
Zichin will be heading to Tianyuan, where one of the most prominent families of H-Corp reside. If they've sent out Palanquin to pick us up, how does Hung's family already know that we'll be participating in the family Uriarch War?
아니요.
No, it's unlikely that they are aware. After all, it can be assumed that the most likely reason that the company waited until the last minute to relay us this order was to minimize the chance of information leakage. Therefore, it would be correct to presume that the Palanquin was here merely as a gesture of welcome for Hanglu and Gia Zichen's return. Which means that only the invited Hanglu, Gia Zichen, and their affections can ride the Palanquin to Ganyan. Unfortunately, this means the LCCB, Virgilius and Karen won't be able to join you on this journey. I mean, is it like Virgilius and Karen are considered part of the sinners? I mean, okay, they're not sinners, but like part of the like Limbus company, no? And why are they unable to join?
아쉽네요. 같이
I don't see it.
갔으면
It's too bad. It'd be nice if we could all go there together. As pity as I expected from the seniors of our family. Would it kill them to house a handful more people in that humongous park of a house? It's like they noticed the difference. Oh my, how touching. Looks like Miss Chiazichin thinks she'll miss us too. What a thing to say to my face after that shameless backstabbing. I mean, do any of you even comprehend what it means to participate in the family hierarchy war? Do you understand why we call it a war, when the official name for it is an evaluation? You're risking your lives by getting involved in this. Once you get in there, you'll be stalked at every turn by people looking to kill you, including me. Remember how Wei saved your life back at that fake Kazan? Now imagine the same scenario, except this time it will be Wei who's there to kill you.
미리
I must say ahead of time, this is truly regrettable turn of events. I didn't wish to have to fight any of you, but they looked at us with an unfamiliar and cold, intense glare. Well, we feel very much the same way, so looks like we're on the same page there.
통했네요.
반대로 말해서
This means that I'm also
수 있다는 뜻이기도 해.
fair game. You could stab me in the back again. Literally this time. No, never. I wouldn't even dream of doing something like... Jazzy ignored Sinclair's anxious pleas and looked straight toward Hungler.
마음을 바꿀.
This could be the last chance to change your mind, brother.
나는 마냥
I didn't invite you to join my faction with a light heart.
하물며 가주대전.
Besides, in the family hierarchy war, this isn't something you can just flippantly decide that you want to participate.
그렇게 살아왔듯이
Now the life you've lived, Zichin.
나 역시도 어렸을 때부터 가주 대전에 대한 이야기를 수도 없이 들으면서 살아왔잖니.
Oh, so Virgil owns this entire office. He's contracted on. Oh, same with the bus driver, except she's with Virgil. Virgil owns another bridge. Oh yeah, like I actually read like the first chapter of the VFN manga. I didn't finish reading it though. Yeah, I see now what you mean. Okay, then it does kind of make some sense for them to not include Virgilius and Karen. Oh yeah, like I heard about... I should read it. Distortion Detective. Yeah, I heard something about the artist of the manga or whatnot. I also grew up hearing those countless tales about the family hierarchy war, just as you did.
그러니
And the weight we're feeling must be the same,
그래.
right? But this is where our tenuous alliance really ends.
뭐 상관없어.
Well, not like I care.
잠깐의
You dragged on a little too long for a temporary alliance forged on out of convenience.
원래대로.
We're just going back to how things used to be. That's all.
그럼
It's fine by me. I think that's enough chit chat with you then.
네가 원한다면
Okay, if that's what you want.
아, 시춘.
Zichun,
뭐
가문
What?
사람들에게는 내가
just don't tell the family that I will participate in, will you?
당분간은
I was told to keep this a secret for now.
이제 와서 그런 부탁을
Tell me one reason I should do that favor now.
이유가 있나?
For someone who supposedly doesn't care, Zichun appeared rather hurt, and she took a moment to glare at Hanglo, biting her whole lower lip. Then suddenly strolled right up to him.
이게
It's even your call, brother.
아니면
I'm just following their orders. Zichun gestured toward the rest of us with her chin.
내가
Participation in the family hierarchy war is already decided. We are still curious to know why then.
시춘 너는
Zichun,
내 선택
do you believe that my choices carry any significant meaning?
아. 또 그렇게
See what's up?
하는 거지.
This crap again.
가주대전이 어떤
So you already know what
의미인지
participating in the war means.
내가
Or you just
뭘
have no idea.
물어봤는지 모르겠다.
Why I'd ever ask you something like that?
대답은 됐어.
Fine. Looks like I don't even need to hear your reply. There is no point in trying with you anymore.
그런 얄팍하고
So have fun watching how far you get with that shallow, meaningless attitude of yours. Hey, wait. Zichun appeared distressed after that exchange. So I was about to say something when Pilot had been fiddling with the radio behind his out, began shouting urgently.
과장님.
Where's out? A palanquin's been seen coming this way.
어제가
Got you a bit today.
오늘은
It was too rough. Let's head on over so we can at least relax on the way there.
아니, 지금은 건
Nope.
우리가 먼저 탈게.
We're taking this one.
어차피 안 보여주는
You don't think twice about giving things up on the others anyway. Do you, brother? What the heck do you mean? Come on, isn't this fair and square with like paper and scissors? Sure, but on decide the next year with a game of rock, paper and scissors too. How's that? Jason Chun gave us a wry green before leaving. They followed her wordlessly. Boy, I thought we were finally making some friends out here. Look, over there. There's a group waiting for a palanquin. One of them must be the candidate the client told us about. Everyone, there's a group of hostile-looking people coming our way. Shiha, you don't likely to be the only one who's going after the other candidates. Executive Manager, you best take care of them before the next palanquin arrives. Yeah? What can we do, right? Okay, though this is like first encounter in season 6. The usual. Yeah, like this music piece we already heard. It was in the interval, right? I don't remember like those particular enemies though. The design, I mean. Like, how did I give like this guy fragile? Can I even do that? I mean, doesn't really seem so. Or you get like fragile. What is fragile, my team? Is Shadow fragile? No, not really. I feel like it's their passives or something. Yeah, I think it's... Oh yeah, it's their passive. So, if they lose a clash, they gain fragile. Seven senior fights. What do you mean, like that these are 7 senior fights? Oh, I mean like you mean that I can take 7 sinners with me? No, I didn't really notice it. I guess I wasn't paying attention during the like senior selection screen. Yeah, like I got it now. I like kind of moving towards 7 senior fights in general. No more signs of enemy reinforcements, Executive Manager. At least there is an end to them this time. The guys that attacked us were meant to fight. When I first got here, we were endless. Well, because we walked right into a trap then. Shallow, but still.
그보다
Anyways,
이분이
she appeared pretty hurt by that, didn't she?
그런데
Honestly though, I get why she feels so betrayed. But all those stories about Hungry's family were hurt. Imagine you're one of their kids, thinking that your family found like a potential ally in your family. Okay, thinking that you're finally found like a potential ally in your family, only for him to be pretty much stabby in the back last minute. Yeah, right. It was really awkward for me too, even though I wasn't exactly involved. So chimed in nonchalantly as though when Harry pulled the plug on our alliance at the last second. Anyways, where's our escort? I can't imagine that escort can afford to send us guards with the palanquin. Family loved each other enough to send escorts for their safety. I doubt they'd be holding a cutthroat ceremony like the family hierarchy evaluations. It's a world where might makes right, where the strong prey on the weak. You won't bet an eye even if one of the dozens of candidates is found dead in some ditch on the road. Sorry, Anglo. Must have been running my mouth again without thinking about how that sounds. Someone usually stopped me before I got too far.
개념치 마세요.
Don't worry,
다 맞는
you didn't
말이에요.
say anything wrong.
저도 다른 집들은
Took me a while to realize that other families weren't like this, but there's no reason to be upset by the way things are. Yeah, Anglo is so chill. Doesn't bother him at all.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도
Okay, so
피를 마시는 순간에는
it doesn't say like exactly how many chapters we have.
가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
So the second one gonna be just story,
봄이니까.
and okay. I'll go get myself some water and I'll be back real fast. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so let's move to the next part. Oh yeah, there's something I wanted to check also. I want to see like how the response looks. Okay. We do get season 6 though, right? Yeah, unfortunately I can't get myself Heathcliff, the Kurokuma one. She did want to get him, but well, I have to wait like for another season to be able to dispense him. I also have like progress note soon. Okay, I need to like dispense those probably. I don't know how good they are, but I do have a rapture team. Kinda. Okay, we're going to continue now. The bell tolls. Yeah, I just checked it. Don't have any sound from 5. I do have like all IDs from the season 5, I think. Besides Heathcliff. Wait, Kurokuma Heathcliff, he's season 5, right? Not season 4. But he's event 1. That ominous metallic noise.
타종의 소리인가 보. 하지만
Don't have bells.
처럼 청명한 울림은 아니구려.
You don't have Kurokuma Ishmael? I do have her. I do have Ishmael. You don't have bells. Bells with the resonance unlike that many other, normally marked by their clarity.
무언가
This bell is mottled,
불길한
as if it tolls for a real portion on the horizon. I should use her. I mean, she's not uptight for me, unfortunately.
아, 이 소리를 들으니까
Not sure it's a resounding reminder that I'm home again.
이 종소리는
It's the bell that tolls every once in a while. I can hear its resonance from anywhere in Hungary.
제적일이네요.
It's restructuring day. Oh, that's he. Wait, like, did every sinner have a buff? I don't think like that Dawn had, did she? Well, at least until the final stages. Huh?
제적일이라는
At the destruction day already, she trails off, unable to finish her sentence. As a brutal scene unfolds behind us. Like I've seen this.
건물들이
The buildings are all starting to shift. As Ismail said, the buildings are tethered to a complicated network of rails, either rising from or sinking into the earth.
이 근방에 있는 모든
Movement has been observed. We're rebooting in the vicinity. Everything is changed. Oh, from the midway point.
어젯밤에 작달막한 수량이 있긴
The
했어.
last shifting of
이
structures
정도의 규모는 아니었네만.
we had observed yesterday night were just sweeping at this.
밤중에 보셨던 건
We saw last night must be a premonition of the restructuring day, nudging some buildings to their positions for a smoother overall distribution of space.
제대로 된 시작은
Now this
지금부터
is the real deal. Like, I was using the Manjar Dome.
그게 전쟁의
The whole mess was just a premonition.
지금의 홍원보다도
It's a remnant of an old age corp that were here long before the current Hangan.
그때부터 지금까지
Structure has been here for a while. so we can't quite know the nature or the purpose of its singularity, but at this moment, it should based on current H-Corps structuring standards. The world's assembly shifts overnight. Yet those who toiled and toiled have not to fear. It's not choice to have a place to rest your feet tonight. Is it not choice to have a place to rest your feet tonight? Yeah, I can't read. To those who have burnt a veil of fortune, this is simply the reality to bear. Only choice is to retreat in silence, to accept your fate as one might. With the coming month, wonder how one might save their skin. How many shall plummet today, and how many shall remain? Hold on, not to hold things too tight. We may lose sight of when to let go. In pain ignorance, we must take fight. The consequence of our assembly, while the evicted, is an endless plummet, with a terribly distressing sight to behold, unable to do aught to help. This is another one of H-Corp's idiosyncrasies? I don't know. Shouldn't other nests also have their own measures of one's wealth? As T-Corp makes use of time as currency. Exactly. H-Corp's measure of wealth and currency is based on how much space a person owns, measured by a scale they call rooms. The measure of one's space, the measure of one's wealth. Exactly. So once every month, the worth of each person's labor and the quantity of their income are measured to determine how much space they are assigned. They can just kick me out of my home for no reason. Just what kind of ridiculous rule is that? Well, it appears that way to outsiders like us, but the calculations behind these redistributions are meticulously designed and have been here for a long time. So it seems to me that everyone just accepts them as a natural part of their lives. Have you seen this happen in person too, Hanglo? It's the structuring day. I have. Sometimes watch the city escape from behind the railings of my room. It happened far away from me, but could see it all very well. Expression remains tranquil, and still as he calmly reminisces. It was like then, when he was merely watching the peerless scenery pass him by. Taegyeon-yan, my old home, was never too concerned about the restructuring days. I'd get more rooms some days, but we'd never ever shrink. So I've never been affected by these restructuring days. I've never witnessed them as they happened beneath me. I have in my room. You're fine. I know there was anything you could have done, but just sat on your hands and watched all this shadow? He Cliff trailed off, but I could see that he was gritting his teeth. Another penguin's coming. There's your ride. I think we've chatted enough. Let's get you guys going. This is Palanquin. Yep, looks like they sent us a Palanquin rush enough to comfortably seat. Big crowd of people together. Master Chia Bio is 1,200 guests. Is that correct? It's 13 to be exact. But I thought Salad wasn't invited. With the horses, I was told that young Master Bio's faction was just 12 people. Wait, 12 means... Oh yeah, they didn't count for Dante. Okay. Weird. Upon hearing that, Sal began aggressively striding toward him, causing the palanquin bearer to shrink in fear. Slow down, lady.
12
There are 12 people.
맞는데요?
What's wrong? Oh, yeah, like 12, not counting the Hanglo himself. Yeah, I get it.
설마 당신
I'm gonna tell me this
이게
thing looks like a
멀쩡한
normal,
사나이 인원으로
contributing
보이시나요?
member of a clan to you. Sal suddenly grabbed my shoulders and presented me before the bearer, like was some product. I mean, that's pretty unique. I had this once got there. I don't think I've seen anything like it around here in Hungary. Isn't that just pathetic? The shape of a clock, I guess, but still.
생각을 좀 해보세요.
I mean, let me ask you something.
당신이라면
Can you imagine why anyone in their right mind
하더라도
would stick a clock where their heads gotta go,
있어요?
if they're hurting for cash? No way, ma'am, never. There are way more versatile biomodifications available here in Hungary, and whatever that hack job is, nobody in their right mind would.
제 말이요.
Exactly right.
무슨 사연인지는
No idea what went down, but this fellow here sure seems to have fallen in hard times. Too bad for living in a world where such misfortune can befall an honest soul like them. Boy oh boy, looks like this one's got scammed. And nasty scam too. Whatever backstreet they got it from, must have been a real scoundrel who did it.
더군다나
And look, even the clock is on time, and the poor person is barely conscious. Look, all they can do is make these weird ticket noises, because they don't even have a mouth. But pretty hurtful things to say. I decided not to take them at face value. It was pretty obvious what she was trying to do. Somebody tells out I'm getting dizzy. Good grief, I'm not kidding. Who could have done something so awful?
다행히도
It's a real blessing that young Master Bears got such a kind-hearted soul.
살고 있던 걸
Simply could not walk past the timepiece and bury himself in this human being. And there's some toy or tool. So keep them up together, had replaced with something proper. He has got more than enough resources for something like that, right? Well, you're not wrong there. It's really easy to swap out your whole body as long as you've got the cash to burn. And you had it for me?
그렇죠?
Right.
그래서
So what I mean, so that's why they told you that young master boy you. He has 12 people in his faction, including yours truly. Well, I see your point, but we can't just
곤란하시다는 건 우리
let
부모님도
all of us
아시죠?
aboard.
그래서
Yes?
이렇게
Young master fully understands the moral conundrum you find yourself in. So I would like to offer you this tiny token of appreciation. So I produced some bills from her pocket and smoothly slid them into the palanquin bearer's arm. Hey, oh lady, you really shouldn't do this. I really shouldn't.
그리고
Another thing, I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but if a word of this gets out, things might get pretty messy for both of us. And that doesn't have to happen, does it? Undoubtedly, ma'am. I'm doing this purely out of the goodness of my heart. After all, what's a free ride for the downtrodden, huh? System of the Block's doing this purely out of interest and the fatness of his wallet.
짜잔.
Alright, stop gossiping over there and get on board. Wait, I'm leaving Pilot alone here? Pilot seemed to have noticed me staring in his direction. He stopped fidgeting with the radio and waved at us. Don't worry about me. I have a safe trip over there. I got some stout to handle on the outside. The sign is marking to an extravagant limousine and a palanquin.
이 샴페인
Look, bottle of champagne. Can I chug this?
무슨
Of course not. Drinking while on the mission is...
자,
Okay. With a quick clap, Sot promptly put an end to the hubbub, the unexpectedly flashy appearance of the palanquin ghost. The demeanor was to shift entirely into that of a calm and collected strategist, a far cry from the person who was chatting up a storm with the bearer just a minute ago.
일 얘기하죠. 일 얘기.
Time to get to work, everyone. Okay, so there goes the second section. Oh yeah, so we can see like the penultimate here. What else? So I guess like it would have like 12, maybe 12 like sections for a chapter. I mean for like a part of a chapter, right?
책임은 모두
Oh yeah, like you can definitely select like 7 of them. Unfortunately, my Ishmael is level 1. I mean, I do have the resources to like level her up, but do I need to do it? I don't know. We can still go like this, so I can select her and also her.
이거 참 설레는
This is at least something.
그리고 그 후엔
Daniel,
잠깐.
wait, something's going on inside. Not long after Sound paused, overwrote his remark. Grating speaker whine rang out, followed by the worried voice of the bearer on the other end. We're under attack. I thought things were going a little too easy.
아무래도
He's not surprised that other candidates are trying to eliminate us just in cause. I am not surprised. Yeah, like I do remember those guys, maybe. I mean, we just fought them.
합격장.
Okay, we got like 10 enemies. I mean, like we can take like 7 sinners, but we get like still like 6 enemies per wave. Just like one of them has like 2 parts he can go with.
그렇게 시원하게 보는 맛이나 비뚤어졌구려. 답답한 법이지. 골치 아픈 것들.
Okay, this should be it, I think.
나쁘지 않은 성과야. 합격장.
I like wondering, will we get like anything hard in the first part? There could be like be mini boss or something, at least.
전투 감각만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하게 나가군.
Okay, the last 3 guys.
수 없는 말투만 붙이면 좋겠어. 사범 수감자. 비뚤어졌구려. 골치 아픈 것들 고기 조각이 되었고 나한테 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Okay.
목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는
Disruption
순간에
2.
나타날 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏
Clear with intent errors.
그게
Man, it's kinda easy though.
우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
This is the first one, yes, of course. Okay, it's level 47 now.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Still should be easy, right?
위에서 당신을 관리자로 기대하고 있겠습니다.
뭐가 치워라.
창의적인 생필 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리진 않았으면 좋겠는데.
저놈을 추적해.
Do you like get to the story? I hope
단순한
like the first part we actually get like some information. Besides like going on the ride and killing a bunch of like goons they send over to us, you know.
합격장.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았고 적합한 조치였습니다.
꿰뚫려라.
의심, 암기, 불안과 공포 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장
꿰뚫려라.
좋죠. 알아듣겠습니다.
I don't really like
지금
that much damage though.
저수감자는
Like I'm doing good, but I'm still taking like a bunch of turns to finish them. Or maybe like I overdid a bit on the like mirror dungeon. I'm not used to taking like 5 turns to beat, you know, all the regular humans.
삐뚤어졌구려. 삐뚤어졌구려.
기적해 찾아졌지 않나. 겉에
제가 괜히
Okay, so
사들고 오는 것이
yeah,
아닙니다.
those are the last ones.
이런
So very good.
잘라낸다.
기대했었죠.
내 피분수
Didn't play like Bloodfiends for too long. Last time I used like Bloodfiends was like on the railway, I think. Oh yeah, and on the interval course. Had to use them to like beat the
이 작살엔 필살의 증명이 담겨있지.
we don't even get the story.
오랜 목마름도
I
어버이를
can't
향한
right.
죄책감도 피를 마시는
Okay,
순간에
so-
나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
Did we arrive to the family home now?
우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한
How this is?
꿈이니까.
Okay, we got some reading to do. Which is good.
대관원 입성이요.
Antonyangan Dekyan now. Despite some troubles on the way, it seemed that we managed to arrive at our destination, most unhurt. Dekyan hung loose out home.
어이쿠 시간이
We're running out
얼마
of
남지
time.
않았나요? 파우스트 씨.
Post,
제 작전을
I'm sure understood the most important part of our plan, right?
그리 보기 좋은
It's
광경.
unlikely to be a pleasant sight to behold.
핵심은
Remember, the plan hinges on your patience, everyone. You have to remain calm and wait. Even if they freak out and actively try to kill you,
질에 겁을 먹고 처리하라는
there is a chance that they might panic and immediately order for the sinners to be executed on the spot.
그 정도는 알
However, it's unlikely that the person whose responsibility is to judge the next family heir, Fangyan, You make such a hasty response.
그렇죠.
Exactly.
상대의 그릇이 크기가
Everything's going to be fine. As long as the leader decider. As long as the decider has the capacity for patience. Execution? What?
그럼 다음
Great.
공격은
Overlap with
1차전을
subsequent
우선으로
contact.
준비해야 하는 걸로?
Must have safely completed the first round of the evaluations. After that cryptic exchange with Faust, South leaped gracefully over the moving palanquin, as Heathcliff murmured in his half-sleep. Bush there grow smaller and smaller as the distance between us grew, but what really caught our eyes were the scattered humans that the destruction they had evicted from their homes. They were trying to drag their broken bodies off the road, sobbing and writhing.
참혹하네요.
It's horrible.
저희가
There isn't anything we can do to help, but
그런 무력한 감각은 업무 효율에 영향을 끼친다.
sense of futility and powerlessness negatively impact the efficient performance of our professional obligations.
차라리
Repeated exposure to similar stimuli is recommended to synthesize oneself to this sensation.
홍루 씨는
항로.
집에 돌아가시는 소감이
오케이.
어때요?
Anglu, how did you feel about going back home after so long? It's clear changed the subject. Fuck. Man, do I hate getting colds. And it's almost summer. Really does suck.
글쎄,
I don't know.
말이라고 하냐?
Don't even need to ask him that.
하겠지.
I know it can be easy.
나는 중간에
As for me,
그냥
Blimey,
나갈까 생각만
I stated almost 1,000 times, wondering if I should just turn around and leave.
만약에 문을
What if I knocked on those gates, but she... Heathcliff came to suffocate and stop, his voice trembling lightly as he did so. The other sinners stared at him in confused silence. What is it? Why you stop in the middle of a... Look at these cool windows. I think we can swap them out with our images. We try to swerve from the subject again, but all I got was Ismael's scouting glare that seems to wordlessly tell me the time. I remember what happened each time one of us returned to the part of the city that held our memories. Memories of happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. As if we traveled, I remember that they were all looking at sceneries only they could see. Rodia, you actually tried your best to crack jokes. Sinclair tried best to hold back the violent tears again and again. He sang, shut your eyes for a long, long time. Ishmael couldn't stop talking to himself while glaring down at the lake's surface. Heathcliff, I saw you scared and anxious, shaping your hair over and over again. You've really been watching us closely, huh? Did we? Spring leaves, petals scatter, and Usher turned around to find the doors to which they belong, and return forevermore. I think everyone has a small amount of petals they gather for themselves. What? I don't. Why would anyone collect something like that? I simply haven't discarded them yet. There was still a transparent smile on his face, but I think I saw a burying, sinking shadow behind it. The moment I felt that, a familiar light came into view, and I immediately understood what was going on. The golden bow was close, It's resonating with Hangul's phantoms. Okay, we finally get some Hangul's story drop. The actual thing we came for. They watched the flower burial of mine and walk away. Place to rest once I die. Place me to rest once I die. When spring passes, youth passes, its wrinkles shear it all away. Flowers pass, people pass, and I, ignorant, they remain to where they hide. And ignorant they remain to where they hide. Why do you always recite these strange, complicated poems? There you have plenty of ways to remain young, up there. Because we didn't see the snow, nor hair to know that spring will pass. Are you cleaning out those fallen petals? Just let them away downstream. You get dirt in your hands. Don't be so wasteful. We hear the sound of falling rain as we sweep all the petals away. This is a remembrance of a rainy day, so I'm gonna treasure it. Besides, its beautiful blossoms all get so dirty in the stream if you let them float away. So please, scatter all the petals from your remembrance. They grow by you. Anglo, is there anyone you missed here in Dengyan? Dengyan. I can't read this. Deganyan. Yeah. I'm butchering this word.
네? 없네.
No, there isn't.
어떻게 그럴 수가
How's that
있어?
possible? Isn't your family there?
그랑
And a bunch of other people
여러 소중한
who are so
사람들이-
important to you?
글쎄요.
Well,
잘 지내고 있다 믿고 있는다면
as long as I believe them to be doing well,
구태여 그리움만
there isn't any need for me to yearn to see them again. Do you still treasure your petals?
아니요.
No,
출가하면서
I scattered
전부
them.
포기했답니다.
all the day. I scattered them all the day I departed from my home.
그래서 이젠 비 오는 날에는
So my rainy days are now silent.
들리지 않는
I
도시에서
see. You saw that, didn't you, Dante?
제 기억을
You saw my memory. I did. Uncle laughed. Wasn't surprised or angry that I peered into his memories.
저 흑물 씨의
Do you want to tell us about your parents?
어떤
Oh yeah,
분이세요?
we talked about your grandmother pretty often, right?
종종 언급하셨던
What kind of people are they? Sinclair added carefully. And he was trying to commiserate, tense as that connection might have been. We're headed to this home to meet his family anyway.
두 분 다 이치에 밝으셔요.
Both very wise in the ways of the world.
할머니는 항상
Grandmother always
그렇게
treated me preciously.
어머니도 아버지도
So did my mother and my father.
아껴주셔. 아, 거의 다
We're almost there.
정원이
I can see the garden. This is one massive garden.
본가 안으로 들어가려면
Let's take up some time before the main buildings.
옛날엔 정원에서 사슴이
I remember the days when deer and hares would frolic out here in the garden.
이거
Well,
산책하려면 하루
I can see
종일
myself
걸을
taking a long
텐데.
walk around here. Take a whole day and then some to cover the entire ground.
주로 저는 제가
I usually
생각하는
linger
곳에서만
to
다녔어요.
only around my own room.
여러모로 위험하니까
It's dangerous to stray away too far after all. It's dangerous. Why?
잘못된 길을 걷다가는
There's this
여성이
stranger
모르는
danger,
사람도 만날
getting
수
lost,
있고
getting targeted.
표적이 될 수도 있고요.
Besides,
밤에는
it's very dark at night. It's not a very big deal, is it? Kids run around, scrape their faces on the branches, tripping and shitting on the pavement all the time. I'm sure he would have run freely around the garden, Heathcliff.
그래도
It's important to always be careful.
제가 5살 때는
When I was 5,
나뭇가지에 누가
someone had
치면
weathered a deadly poison on a random tree branch. Poison?
히스클리프 씨처럼
Your little brother
걸 좋아하는
who likes to frolic like you do, Heathcliff.
우연인지 딱 그 주위에
And by some coincidence, he happened to be running around the same tree. Traded branches gathered to his poison.
어떻게 되었는가?
Wrath transpired thereafter.
괜찮아졌을 거예요.
I'm sure he got better.
스빈이 100밤만 자고 나면
Zaren told me,
했거든요.
which is fine after 100 nights rest.
스빈은 언제나
And because Zaren was always so smart,
그렇게 되었을 거예요.
I'm sure it happened exactly as she said. Okay. I mean, it's unfortunate that you can't really zoom out on the like the background imagery here. It'd be like nice to actually see like all the stuff we got here. Entering, heading now. It wasn't long before our arrival to a new place within Tegenyan was made known to the palanquin's bearer's honor's announcement. Our buildings. What's Taijing mean? Anyway,
쉽게 말하면
when Flower Hall,
할까요?
so I think you could call it a place for banquets. So host banquets in this village-sized venue.
아,
This lake over there? No, it's a pond.
연못
Okay, a pond. Yeah, a pond. Pond. Damn.
도착하면
Once we arrive, we'll find ourselves a welcoming party, position and me.
아,
Claudia should be able to start herself to her heart's content this time. It's been a while, hasn't it?
도착하기 전부터 이렇게
I don't think I've been
설레는
this excited in a long time. There's a ship over there. Yeah, a ship?
아,
Yep.
네.
We sometimes go out boating,
아, 그리고
and the chance building is right across that pond. You should get a building of your own?
네.
Yes, we do. So when I first departed from Hongyan, I found the concept of an entire family living under the same roof so fascinating.
이래서는
It must be quite the challenge for their family to see one another, and that's exactly why we each get a building. I've been talking about the same thing here.
이럴 거면
Like for all, could have merely enjoyed our vacations like young Hungus residents all along. It wouldn't have worked, don't get it. When I left home, grandmother and the others really impressed upon me that the footsteps shall eventually bring you home, and the time is right. Thus witness, and the witness, as much of the borrowed as you may, before you make your return. I was wondering when that would be, but time really slipped through our fingers. Just like that, it brought me here. Most sinners didn't welcome their return. Some of them were even terrified of it. Sometimes they had to confront what they've been avoiding all their lives. And for some, important things that were once forgotten or lost were waiting for their return. But their reluctance was really not surprising at all. I don't think I'd welcome an opportunity to get my memories back with open arms if it was thrust upon me out of nowhere, especially if I was getting dragged there against my will. But despite the fact that it couldn't be more obvious that his turn had arrived, Anglo was as tranquil as he always was. He's always been able to remain aloof no matter what happens, and it won't be different this time either. It's like foreshadowing, right? But even so, can't judge that so hastily. And Master Bayer of the Jia family has returned. Again, with the palanquin bearer's deep, full-throated pronouncement of our arrival, the door opened. Here we are. You must all be so tired. Come in, come in. Leaving behind the seniors who were still reeling from the astronomical level of opulence display, Anglo bounced slightly off the palanquin and moseyed into the building.
그거 참
Quite the
설렌다. 떨림.
light-footed steps he take,
걸음걸이구려.
hindered by excitement nor trepidation. Right.
좋은 집에만 살아서
The boy's got nothing to fear. He's used to this kind of poshness.
이거 아니겠냐?
That's all this is.
그래도
Merely,
홍로군의 마음이
this might be a
조금
subtle expression of the
가족들에 대한 그리움이
teensy
있다
part of him
같지 않은가?
that longeth to see his family again. Once we all left the palanquin,
모든 것이 상당히
I find myself
거대하구려.
beside by overwhelming vastitudes and objects of great magnitude. Okay, so this is like the beginning, the start of this chapter.
하인들도 대체
So many servants do they have?
아,
Grandmother will visit us once. Zuar arrives.
연애는 그때
The banquet will start then, I think. Zuar.
술씨는 10부시부터
Zuar refers to the time between
동부의 특정 지역에서
19 and
사용되는 고유 시간제.
21. This is a unique time system used in certain regions of the East. Wait, did they finally fix time in Limbus? I think before, like, when we got to, like, the hours and stuff, there wasn't, like, the... I don't know how to call this. I mean, like, the semicolon, but without the semicolon part, right? Two dots thingy, okay? I don't know, I forget the name.
추가로
In addition,
홍루 씨의 조모인 가모는
it would be best to remember that Honglu's grandmother,
홍원의 수장이라고 이해하셔도
Chime,
틀리지
is
않습니다.
the heir of Deganyan. Be an incorrect assessment to see her as the ruler of Hongyan. Your relative is kind of a being, I see.
네.
Yes,
다음 후계자에게
though she'll be handing that over to the next heir pretty soon.
이제 와서 가주의 자리를
By now,
넘어가는 이유가
what
뭐지?
else she seek to achieve by abdicating at this precise time? Otis, as she probably saw an entire motive behind every move, inquired.
언제나 때가 올 거라고
It is said that her time would eventually come.
당신께서는
But she's carried this responsibility for too long.
말이죠.
갑자기 나타나서
You should be pretty shocked to hear that you'll be taking part in the family Iraq war.
글쎄요.
I don't know about that.
어쩌면
Maybe I should take it well.
구태여 나갈 이유는
There has never been a reason for me to bother participating.
없으니까요.
But there wasn't a reason for me not either. Hey,
저쪽에
there's Zichan and May over there.
앉아 계세요.
The boats arrived safely. Chia Zichan, who arrived before us, shot us the briefest glance, or looking away with exaggerated disinterest.
방금 시추님이
Zichan just turned her back on us.
그 잠깐
Well,
사이에
it takes long for things to become super awkward.
오, 우리도
Let's capture this opportunity
갖는 것이 어떨까?
to see ourselves adjacent to young Zichan. Too late. We're forever banned from ever getting anywhere near her.
어째서 온 말인가?
Yet, wherefore?
저희는 이제 가시춘 씨의
We're no longer
사람들을
Zichan's faction.
적으로 취급받는 것이
Hostility is to be expected.
분위기가 바뀌었다.
Things have changed.
이쪽과 저쪽.
Us versus them. In group versus out group.
전장은
Deception and
언제나
treachery
대신이 도사리는 곳이지.
are natural parts of war.
오늘의 아군은 내일의
And alive
적들이다.
today may as well become an enemy, an enemy tomorrow.
친구가 없다는
That's
말을 이렇게
funny way to say. I don't have any friends. What did you just?
부모님이 저기
They are my parents.
갑자기
Hold on.
바뀌어?
Just walking right up to them? Blimey, just tell us their names.
아, 아버지 조나
Father's name is Chang,
그리고
of the Jie family, and Deganyan. They call my mother, and in Deganyan, they call my mother Lady Wang.
출가 이후 처음으로 인사 올립니다.
Okay. You just skip it. I greet you for the first time since my departure.
가시 보
Bio of the Jie family has returned home.
벌써 왔는데.
You're early. Bio.
보가
You're bio.
이게
It's been too many years
오랜만에 얼굴을 보니
to see you again after so long.
반갑기가
So good to see your face. I don't know what I should even say. The father, Chisheng's eyes dart nervously between us and Hanglu. Meanwhile, his mother gingerly brings him in her careful embrace, as though she was in the presence of something so utterly, deeply moving. Was more than the pure joy of reunion. So there, Hanglu's parents.
극진히 환영해 주시니 감사해요.
Thank you so much for your hospitality. You have certainly spared no expenses.
그런데 같이 온 분들은
So, all these people you've come here with,
대단한 숫자는 아니지만
well, there aren't too many of them.
제
They are my friends I made out in the world.
구하라고 소개하던
He's not introducing us as his lackeys, like it's other someone I know. That's... His mother slowly turns around to look at us. I mean, it's a weird thing to say, but... Well, it almost felt like she was looking down at each of us, one by one.
반가워요.
I'm so glad to meet you all.
어릴 때부터
He has always been such a stubborn child.
어쩌면
I'm sure it was quite a handful to accompany you on your journeys.
개의치 않고
You can still embrace him despite every
고집이요?
stubborn hunger. Whatever it was she said, I seemed all too happy to hear that.
보가
Hereby.
친구분들이 너를 그런
Why do you
이름으로
allow your
부르게
friends to
하는
call you by that name?
거니? 선인들께서 점치해 주신
What of your noble blessed name bestowed upon you by the revered Sienran or elders?
뭐야?
What? What's going on with her? Uncle reached out and gently yet indifferently held his mother's violently trembling hands.
당연하잖아요, 어머니.
Of course I would, mother,
그
because
고귀한
the name is too noble indeed. Oh yes, such a name that any rebel should so needlessly speak.
아무렴
Of course.
이쪽도
Do you have
이름이란 게
an
있었어?
old name and a new name?
그거 있잖아.
Well,
기사에서
don't you remember? I can pick up. We called Hanglu, young master, by you.
지난번 훈련에서
Also remember how he announced himself before the duel on the day we arrived at Ashkar.
다른 이름을 쓰는구나.
He introduced himself as Bayu of the Chia family. I thought it was a pseudonym back then. Well, given the circumstances.
뭐 우리랑
I would tell like us calling your real name's gonna cheapen its nobility or whatever. It's just name, so you can say it as many times as you want. And it won't appreciate in whatever value it has. Oh, but some people do actually believe that it does, I suppose.
그 이름을 여기저기서
It was wise of you to refrain from using that name.
그래
Right. Let a precious name be known amongst the plebeian populace is to encourage knives in the dark to strike, even here too. It is as your mother says, by a true name to be made known. An individual with a passing connection to H-Corp have easily connected you to Hongyan.
대부분의 이름에는
It's said that most names are repositories of their keeper's origins.
가령 동부에서는
In the eastern region of the city,
이름을 지을 때
when parents name their children,
세상에 쓰일
they imbue them with meaning.
것이지.
It carries their wish for the children, for their children's place and use in the world.
내놈.
You.
이름의 뜻이 뭐지?
What's your name mean?
제 이름은
My name?
부모님뿐만 아니라
My name is a combination of wishes, not only those of my parents, but those of many more.
태어날 때부터
It means that
가지고 태어났다는
I was
뜻이야.
born as a precious jade. Jabaya.
끔찍하군. 폭로가
Awful.
맞겠어.
Uncle's better. Please try to whisper.
나도 부르던 대로
I call the rich boy wherever I want to.
혹시라도
If I'm forced to call,
뭐 이딴 이름으로 불러대야 한다면
if I'm ever forced to call,
길잡이 그
um,
작자한테 몇
in
대 씌워맞는 게
Master
나을
Bio or some survival shit like that, rather take a punch or two from the guide. Could feel the horrified gaze of the servants staring at us.
네,
I don't mind, so please continue to call me Hanglu if you want.
귀빈들께선 자리에 앉아
Please,
계시길 청하옵니다.
sit yourselves, honor
곧
guests.
음식을 내올 것이니
The food will be served soon. So this,
이거 진짜
they all
먹으라고
expect us
준
to
거
eat
맞아요?
all this. Don't think I've ever been intimidated by food before. It's quite literally a mountain of dishes on the table. I was starting to wonder if the purpose of these dishes was more to flounder about than to feed us a reasonable amount of food.
이거 말이야.
What a feast!
리필
I can ask for reviews, right? Yes. Anyway, what's up with those empty seats over there? It's taking in time for some guests to arrive.
그건 아닐 것 같아요.
I think so. They probably sit from my other siblings somewhere in Tanganyan. They probably just didn't want to attend.
오늘은 저를 환영하기
This is a banquet to welcome me after all. Sure, they believe it's a waste of time to attend.
거참
Man,
얼마나
they better be on some real about the shadow to miss this. Champion, you're ready to be your presence graced us. Chemu, ready to be your presence graced us. With the announcement, our silence quickly devoured the busy hubbub of the banquet. Those who were sitting quickly rose to their feet and bowed, while those who were standing knelt down on all fours, their backs bent so low that their foreheads were nearly touching the floor. And the woman walking, oh yeah, we got the hashes here. The woman walking out from between them, the crowd itself barring down the middle from her sheer presence.
아, 할머니가
Oh, there's
오셨군요.
grandmother. Thankless grandmother, the family area of H Corp, and its chief executive director. Jamie's presence was at once firm, gentle. It emerged an overwhelming-like personification of an insurmountable mountain.
가모님을 뵙습니다.
Your grace by your presence, venerable JMU.
가모님을 뵙습니다.
Your grace by your presence, venerable JMU.
뭐야? 우리도
Should be born too.
이미
I don't think. You could go in lower with her face halfway in the bowl. So we should be fine, probably. Just surrounded by hashes too, I think. Guys, everything's gonna be fine as long as we don't do anything stupid. The other one was bowling before Jimmy arrived out, humbled. Only Hungly looked straight at Jimmy, without bowing. Then he got out from his seat and walked toward her.
할머니,
It's been a while, grandmother.
부엌도련님,
Please ascend, young Master Bayer. It seemed that a special permission was needed to even stand next to her, as Hunglu was allowed to approach her only after the servant gave him the go-ahead.
보호가
Little Bayer
얼마나 고단하고
was balked
여의치 않은
and toiled
여정이었나.
tirelessly on her journey home.
그렇지 않아요,
Not at all, grandmother.
함께했던
I was able to learn
친절히
so many new things,
새로운
thanks
걸
to everyone who
배울 수
treated
있었는데
me so nicely.
배움을 통달하고자 했다면
You sought to master the art of learning,
태어난 선생을
No,
모셔 불법에
master
앉혀놓을 수도
regardless of
있었겠지만
pursuit. Been out of our reach. To have learned so much in the house of erudition from them.
글방에 앉아 아무리
Yet the world,
학문의
taught from
능통이라고
sheets of paper,
그저
or simply that, words on paper.
우리는
I wish that you, dear babe,
세상 물정에
would learn more
능통해지고
of the
세월을
secular
함부로
world.
보내지 않길
Do not let
바란다.
flow betwixt your fingers the time that is given to you.
네,
I know, this opportunity was more than what I deserved, grandmother.
그래도
I appreciate your return all the same. You have deigned to return before me. You're my abdication of the great responsibility.
아무래도
Verily, the with that Anglo shine unto the Limbus company a grand charisma of sorts. Or career, that's there. You need to stop babbling with your mouth, boo.
좀 삼키고 말할 순.
Master of feminists must eminent are of now to the world on the Grand Tour. Its kind was this practice, Gran Turismo, the wilt, for they are to commence their public activities. Purpose is to learn the varied experiences cannot be gained from books, to grow familiar with the world outside.
저기 있는 시충이와는
That you have met with Stirchum in the world not long ago. I have. The precious she is. Are prepared to take on the challenge of the family regulations, I presume.
맞아요.
I agree.
신이라면
I'm sure Zichun will wisely overcome the trials.
그래.
Indeed.
어르신들께는
You paid a visit to the revered elders then?
곧 방문들이
I will soon.
왕부인도
The
이곳에
Wang,
올라오고
Senior as well.
송구합니다, 가문.
Their mercy, Jamie, of course. His mother hurried up to where Jamie stood.
하나뿐인 아들이 출가하여 강으로
It must cause your heart great distress to have your one and only son depart his home, to wander the world beyond the hedges. Of course not, Jamie.
저는
Why am I simply so glad that my son, Bear,
이렇게 제 몫을
has
하는
returned as a man who can now
모습으로 돌아오니
more than carry his own weight, and an arm too.
그러니
Thus, dear Bear,
재촉할 생각은 없지만
I didn't mean to rush, but
다음
when are you planning to depart again?
아직 정해진 건 없어요.
Nothing has been decided yet, Mother. I see.
그렇구나.
I'm simply concerned that we have to stay here to be prolonged. Perhaps
이곳에
you may
계속
fade before your
머무르다가
duties are completed.
어서 소임을 다하고
Complete your duties and return soon, that
부모님께서
the agreement Gem Yu has so graciously made for you is fulfilled.
않겠-
그래. 읽지도
Indeed.
말고
Lose not,
잊지도 말거라.
forget not,
너는
we are a
우리
family,
가문의
one
하나뿐인
and only
오기
Jade,
우리의 둘도 없는
Dear Bear,
진귀한 보물.
our peerless treasure.
이 속세에 남아있지.
Tarry not ever long in this mundane
때가 되면
world.
다시 떠나 그
Leave
가치를
when the time is
더할 거야.
right and fulfill your worth.
그럴게요.
Okay, grandmother, mother. So, what do you mean, like by leave? Leave the like the banquet hall, or like leave altogether? Zoo Balchar. Hmm. I thought the sinners were doomed to chew uncomfortably through this incredibly awkward meal. But Chiamu, in her time of haste, left the banquet hall quite promptly after that exchange. It was as though they had no more reason to remain here. I mean, all the talk about the food, and now I want to eat something. I mean, I didn't really have breakfast. I mean, can we even call it breakfast? I mean, I woke up like at 6 a.m. to like play the new chapter, you know. It's odd that they should inquire on Glue of his departure plans, on the very welcoming of his return.
그러게요. 아끼는 거
Right,
좋아하니.
one moment it appeared like they cared about him, then... Yeah, okay, I think I go like grab something real fast because, I don't know, I'm really hungry. It should take me like 5 minutes or something. Okay, we're back. Oh no, I hate my god. I get like a streaming warning. Is the live stream okay? Let's check it. Is the live stream okay? Okay, it is. It is. It's okay. Right, one moment it appears like they really care about him, then
아끼는 모습도 통상적인
the appearance of the care for one's own child was also quite distinct and unusual compared to typical display of emotional intimacy expressed in average households. Hey, Bio. It's one unfamiliar, cheaper voice hopped jovially into our conversation.
왜 나를 제일 먼저 찾아주지 않았어?
Oh, we get like
내가 머물던 곳
a new character.
내가 출가했을 때 이후로 쭉 같았단 말이야.
Zhu Baochai. Why didn't you come see me first? I've been staying in the same building ever since you departed here, you know?
아, 고차 누나구나.
This is
오랜만이야.
Zhu Baochai. It's been so long.
여기까지 와서 다리를
You've come all the way to welcome back with to view a seat. I appreciate that.
보호기가 오는지
I know that you'd be coming home today, Bayo. I would have summoned everyone I could from Zhu family to see you too. April Pan's really been itching to know how you've been doing. Yeah, sure I was. Itching had been sitting in complete silence for the entire banquet, muttered quietly to herself. I also have agreed since you arrived today, Bayo.
부모님과 가모님께
My parents and JMU. Really? Tell me first then. She made a cheerful remark before leaning close up to his eye. Your jade is always so glimmering and pristine, Bayo. Look, I made myself a necklace and the same color as your eye, and wore it every single day. Constantly remind myself of you. Well, do you see it?
그렇구나.
We have.
계속 기억해줬다.
Thank you for remembering me. So, are you gonna introduce her to us?
아니
Hey, couldn't we just let that nice reunion play out, man? But he stepped forward, unable to stand the curiosity.
아,
I'm Baochai of the Zhu family. I have a very profound relationship with dear Bayo here. A very profound relationship. He's my betrothed, and I to him. I'd say that's pretty profound.
그렇게 놀라실 이유가
It's nothing to be surprised about.
어르신들이
These profound relationships can be established effortlessly in the simple exchange of agreements between our elders. You could have at least given us a hint.
어차피 제가 혼자
But I won't be married until I leave Limbus company, though.
있을 때일 텐데. 그러니 굳이
I just thought that
이유는 없다고 생각했다.
it wasn't relevant enough to share. Sorry about overhearing earlier, but you guys are Bayo's friends, right? I've been so curious to hear what kind of life Bayo lived out there. Care to share some tales of your journey with me? I have stories for kids, sure. But I love stories about bloodshed. One of Big Sister Bayo's pastimes was curating creepy stories of urban legends. And maybe I'll share some. What about else? What about everyone else? I love adventure stories.
그럼 말
Be careful what you wish for. Beseech, they divide a seat for us on our regale the tale on which an adventure of a most wondrous failure unfolds. Pray thyself with this particularly old and terrifying tale features a big, scary bear lurking in the cavern. If we are finished with our meals, let's go back to our residences. You're so angry against each other. As I heard, you lost so much of your followers in a large battle, didn't you? I'm so sorry. I used more than 3 handkerchiefs wiping my tears away upon hearing that news. So the Zhu families heard it too. You're not wrong, but it's irrelevant to what I've brought to the family York war. I was a big fan of your confidence, Sitchin. It's a good look, you know. That reminds me, better watch your back, Pixie's Belcher. Looks like Big Brother Bias learned how to sink a knife into her back with that same carefree smile.
갑자기 뒤통수 치는 게
Should me by your knifing people on the back. I just had the smile falling out with Zichun, that's all. Zichun must have been trying to get on her side. On her Zichun must have been trying to get on her side. Yeah, no wonder she's wanted you on her team. Bias always excellent at whatever he does without stressing out or losing that happy smile. It's kind of worked out that way.
좀 재수없는 스타일이긴 했었다.
I guess he can be a bit irritating like that. Some people, they're rare, are indeed like that.
그러고
Which
보니
reminds me,
혹시
did you by any chance run into Big Brother?
오다가 만난 적 있어?
Q?
나는 못 보았지만
I haven't, but I have. That's good. She placed her hand over her chest as though she just survived an incredibly dangerous accident. Before eyeing us anxiously.
그래서
So what happened?
사이와를
I don't know, I was
포섭하려고 했던 건 알아.
trying to alive with she. Yeah, I mean, it didn't seem like anyone else was viewing that as an alliance, other than Shiyuha himself, but there's been a pretty open secret amongst the candidates that JQ was trying to ally with Shiyuha. They got Big Brother Yuha's head off when he was with us, horizontally or vertically.
이번이 세 번째
So this is his third time. Yuha's really horrible. Never knows when to zip it and sit down. My big brother Q, I got a feeling he'd be here for the family Iraq war. When the Iraq family war begins, everyone and Taganians heard the creepy song from the back streets, you know. Gosh, things get so awkward and hostile. And Taganian every time there is a mention of him. Well, I guess it's fortunate that he won't be coming after me once the competition begins. Why's that? Because I'm simply too charming and adorable to give out right, of course.
그리고 치유 오라버니가 목표로 하는 게 뭔지는 모르겠지만
Is this a foreshadowing?
적어도
Is she gonna
3시간만은
be the first to go?
거야.
Besides, whatever Big Brother's Q's goals are, they probably have nothing to do with this you family.
그럴 수
Man, I can't. I can see that. Bajia took a step toward Hanglu and leaned in, close to his face.
오,
You smell my fragrance too,
좋은 향기.
Bayu. You have never reeked, big sister Bajia.
보,
Bayu,
쭉 항모원에
I was
거처하고
being
있어.
and I was
떠나기 전
be residing in.
내게
Good,
들려줘야
yeah.
해.
Promise to pay me a visit before you leave. Instead, she gracefully walked out the room.
저희도 이만 돌아가는 게
Well,
어떨까요?
all of us start heading back.
되어도
This place can get pretty dark around hey hour. Why did you leave?
별거
It's
아닙니다.
nothing. It's just a big sis I used to play with when I was a child.
대관원에서 제게 친절한
One of the very few in Daegonyan
중 하나였죠.
was nice to me. So where should we head to next? Good question. It's going by this cave everything in here. Should be safe to expect something really easy, right?
제 손님으로 오셨으니
I guess so.
대관원 안에 있는 제
You'll be able to stay at my building with Daegonyan.
그리 멀지 않아서 아마 없-
It's within a walking distance from here. Should be there in no time, even on foot. I don't know how to read any of those. My Chinese is terrible. Okay, so we're in a fight now. Interesting. Truly is so.
위험한 차량들을 뒤엎는다.
자, 여기랍니다.
Ta-da! Here we are.
가깝다고 한 것
It's a pretty long walk.
걸었네요.
Still technically within walking distance, but this place is called Yangyang. This room was made from the most aromatic flower tree within H-Corp. Try taking a deep breath and you can smell the lovely fragrance of flower aroma pervading, spreading from the very tip of your nose. It's unique to this building.
과히 그렇구려. 보이지도 않는 것이 제법 향기롭소.
Very much so. It's an unseen and invisible thing, yet it retains much of its pleasant redolence. This place is huge too. You've been living here all along.
네.
Yes,
더 넓은 방에서
I was told to stay in a larger room,
여기가 마음에
but I preferred this place more.
도련님, 오랜만에
It's been long, young master. Sharon reporting. Oh, hey, is she? You've been well, Zaran?
잘 지냈어?
네,
Yes, I am,
평소와 같았습니다.
as I always have been. Zaran watched us emotionlessly as our rowdy crowd poured into the yard. Her expression didn't change even when she saw Anglu, who presumably hadn't been home in quite some time.
이분들은
I'm the young master's guests. I will guide them to their room. Please follow me.
저는 따로 방문할 데가
Now that we're here,
금방 다녀올게요.
we're to pay a visit somewhere. I'll be back soon, though.
어디를 가시는 겐가?
Travel, though journey. Allow us to accompany thee.
아,
It's okay. Just on my way to say hello and pay my respects to the elders. It will be better if I go there alone.
자, 뭐
This way.
어느 작전이나 그랬지만
Well, I guess I could say this about every operation, but
이렇게 현장까지 직접 와서야
the weight of our mission doesn't really sink in until we're actually there.
가주 대전
You're talking about the family hierarchy war, right?
다른 후보들은
Yeah.
이것 하나만
Other
위해
candidates have been
준비해야
preparing for
한다고
this for years.
저희는 그걸
While we have
하룻밤만에 해내야
bought
하는
an
거고요.
overnight?
나는 벼락치기 타입이어서
I don't know.
그런가.
I procrastinated till the last minute kind of go. So I'm pretty ssure we got a handle on this.
고조리한 상황에서 임무를
This is not the first instance in which
이번이 처음이 아니.
we are demanded to work through tests in an unfavorable and equitable situation.
상관없지 않겠나.
What does it matter?
어차피
Our
우리가
goal
노리는 가주의 자리가 아니지.
isn't to claim the throne of the family hierarchy anyway. A few hours ago.
천만 다행이지 않겠어요?
Well, isn't it such a relief that our goal isn't to come first place in the family hierarchy war?
1등을 할 필요가
That all means to say that we didn't be the first?
당연하죠.
Yeah, obviously. I would want to be a sinner to become the head of H-Corp.
외부인을 앉히는 것보다는 회사
Would it provide a much more reliable
수습을
means
앉혔을 때
of control to plant an individual of this company at the highest seat of being, instead of letting an affiliated individual assume it?
일이 그렇게 간단하게
There's a lot more going on behind the scenes, guys. Besides, LCB still has much left to do as the LCB. Then, would it be right to assume that this isn't a winner-take-all kind of situation here? Other candidates get something for participating too.
가주 심사에서 10등 안에
You know who places within the top 10 will gain the right to take one item, their choice from the family treasury, of course. The one who places it their highest goes first.
하지만 2등 안에는 들어야
We have to come in at least second place in order to ensure that we obtain the item we're looking for.
아, 괜히 기분
Now that's
잡히네.
fairly insulting. Sod it.
1등 해봐.
Why don't we just shoot for the top anyway?
못 보던 사이에
Our confidence seemed to have gone through the roof since our last operation together. Well, we did get go through a lot of crazy stuff.
그리고
Anyways,
홍원의 어마어마한
here to guess
나무
what's
창고에
deep inside
들어갈 수
Hungian's
있을게요.
gargantuan treasury?
황금가주요.
The golden bowl.
네.
Right on.
진정한 가치도 모른 채
Buried in the middle of all kinds of other treasures, along with any knowledge of its true value.
그래서
So Faust, it meant your sound, share with you,
1차전의 작전이라는 건
is
뭐지?
there a strategy for the first round?
그러고 보니 파우스트
I very much wish to know that as well, but the suggestion of mutual understanding seemed to exist exclusively between Miss Faust and Saud.
가주 심사 1차전의 내용은
Touched on with the familiar jubilation tests
대관원의 어르신들을 위해 준비해
the
왔다.
descendants have prepared and brought for the elders of Hungyan. The descendants have prepared. So this must be what Chia's tunes has been referring to this whole time.
네. 블로브스에
Yes.
관한 것이죠.
To be free from aging and death, immortality.
즉, 각자가
Each candidate is to present an answer before the judge to demonstrate their idea of true immortality. Right, so what's the answer to true immortality then?
그건
Not even
파우스트도
Faust can
용할
answer
수
that.
없는 답입니다.
I mean, did the Dante's resurrection counts as true immortality? I mean, probably no, but like, then what are we doing here?
다만 진정한 블로블사의 실마리가
But you may be able to demonstrate
흉내를 내볼 수는
a smile of immortality, or at least pretend as though we're close to the answer.
답을 원하는 건 그들이
Given that they're the ones who are seeking that very
정확히
answer,
말하자면
they will not disqualify us,
떨어뜨리진 않을 겁니다.
Anglo to be exact, from the competition.
그럴듯해 보인다면
I see.
악착같이 매달릴
They will
텐데
cling onto whatever clue they can get their hands on,
얘기인가.
so be using that desperation.
그렇습니다.
그 감옥에
Precisely.
가도 제일 높아 보이는 사람도
People are looking how bad GMU favored him, doesn't she?
어떻게 알아?
Maybe she'll give him bonus points or something.
홍로. 그자가
So
중요한
that's
쓰임새가
what we'll
된다면
be using Hanglo for.
그건
네,
That is,
이제 제 차례가 돌아온
that's,
거죠.
you're right. It's my turn to be used. I get back. We've nonchalantly chimed in into the conversation and slipped in between us unnoticed. Hey, you're back pretty soon. Unfortunately, what Otis just said could sound quite crass depending on how you got it. Ugly. I'll have to admire what you just said. But why would I mind it?
저의 쓰임새는
My use is to be a ticket to participate in the Airarch War,
그리고 그러기
the only option for obtaining the Golden Bow
위해서니까요.
in H-Corp.
그릇된 말은 아니랍니다.
You didn't say anything wrong. Your use.
이왕 쓰이는
Well,
모두가 기뻐할 수
if
있는
you'll be using me,
흘러가게 되면 좋겠네요.
hopefully this will lead to an outcome we can all be happy with.
모두가 기뻐하게
Apparently such outcome would be best, yet young Zichun had already exhaled with great guts out of her nostrils for turning away from our party when our eyes met.
시추미하기는
Well, Zichun, whose eyes twinkled briefly, as though he was shifting into a dream.
다시 사이가 좋아지게 될 줄은
I
몰랐어요.
didn't think it was possible for me to be friends with Zichun again.
비록 지금은
We're back not being on speaking terms again, but
잠깐이라도
it was as though
어린 시절로
I gone
돌아갈
back in
것
time.
같거든요.
back to when we were both children.
이제는 까마득하고
But we can't go back to the past. What did you say? You drunk or something? You really just say that to me? Oh, what a stupid thing of me to ask. You've never been drunk in your life. Your mind's always been so damn clear. None of this matters to you, does it? And when I get angry at you, or when I shout at you like this, none of it gets to you, does it? Just what happened to you that day? How can someone become so... Zichu and I... Forget it. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. It's my fault for expecting to have at least one normal sibling in this messed up family. And that memory Anglo was wearing a quiet smile, even before her hushed anger. But don't you want to be friends with her again?
결국 사람과의 연이란 것도
And the end of all things,
순간이고
it's connections between people.
순간일 뿐일 텐데.
They're just moments, ephemeral things.
그러니 저의 뜻이
So what I
어떤지
want doesn't matter. Anglo, a sinner so aloof, so detached that it feels as though he's always floating through the clouds. Wait, I need to check something. I once thought that was just the kind of guy he was. Someone who just happened to be above everything that's happening around us. They're just another messed up person with messed up problems of their own. But slowly and gradually, I began to realize there was something off about him under the surface. Anglo, about participating in the family rare choir. Do you really not feel anything about it? Have you completely excluded yourself from it?
네,
I
그냥
don't,
그런 거구나라고
and I have.
생각하고 있어요.
Just the way things work out, right?
관리자님.
Executive manager.
저자의
It is true that his value judgment will have no tangible influence on this company's direction.
파우스트도 동의합니다.
Faust is in
수반자에게
agreement.
작전 수행에 대한
Sinners don't have the right to refuse their missions.
그건 사실일
May be
테고
true yet.
그에 따르는 마음의
Find it
상처
necessary to turn away and neglect the suffering conditions of their hearts, stemming from the obligation to their missions.
마음의 상태라. 하지만 구태여 마음을 들여다보기에 괴로움이 생기는 것 아닐까요?
I think this should be better, right? Now, in the center of the camera. Conditions of our hearts, but perhaps unnecessary peering into them is how we beget suffering.
그것이 무슨
What manner of?
이곳
Back then, when I lived here in Daeganyan,
제게는 수많은
so many
선택지와
choices passed before my eyes.
다른 가문의 그
Should I kill that child who was from a different family? Should I even survive?
죽어가는
Should I walk past the damn boy?
그냥
I should have stopped to help him.
처음에는
When
제가
they
무언가
were
선택하려고
first
했습니다.
presented to me, I tried to make a choice,
그 선택이 아무
but it
의미가
didn't take that
없다는
long for me to realize
그리
that my
오랜 시간이
choice
걸리진 않았어요.
meant nothing.
그래서 전 어떤 것도
So I decided not to
하지
choose at all,
않았습니다. 그게 지금의 저예요.
and that's me, as I am now.
림버스 컴퍼니에 입사하게
There are so many
된
wonderful things about joining Limbus company, but
제가 무언가 선택하지
I think my
않았다는
favorite
점이
part of the experience
좋았던 것 같아요.
is that I was never given a choice.
조금
That's definitely kinda weird.
어라? 분위기가
Looks like these
조용해졌네요.
things have gotten weirdly quiet around here.
사담은 여기까지 하도록
It
하죠.
was enough discussion of private
해야 할
matters.
이야기가 많습니다.
There is much ground for us to cover.
그럼 1차
Let's begin by discussing our plan
말씀드리죠.
for the first round. Next morning. There's still some time until we have to leave.
밤에는 잘 보이지
What?
않았지만
Remember the purpose of these scarecrows?
무엇이요?
Veiled in nocturnal shadows. They were yesternight.
아, 아직도
Wow.
있었네요.
They're still here.
이곳의 자제들이 거처하는
They're training cars.
이런
Next to
식의
every building where
연장이
children of this place live.
걷고 뛸 나이가 될 때는
Here every child of walking running age
놀곤 한답니다.
all get to play with these dummies.
놀이라.
Play? Our education is important.
수업이랑 어떻게
How do those who want play with these dummies? And it appears that this dummy is adorned with the most dashing piece of fashion for his head.
아, 그건 제가 7살 때
This is
처음
the first
받았던
dummy I received
수업이에요.
when I was 7.
그때는
Back then I thought even dummies could feel pain when struck. It was the blissful rumination of all those who were children, all those who were once children. So it's like tradition for kids born here to formally learn how to fight?
아, 그건 아니에요.
Oh, not exactly. So this is what grandmother gifted you, big bro. Yep. I don't know how it works though. A bit old or in a for dress up. Perhaps you could adorn it with some trinkets. Maybe it's got like a guardian spirit that protects your house, big bro, bio. Oh boy. Here, let me show how it's done. You punch grandma's gift. Don't you think you're hurting it? Hurting it? Really now? This wooden thing.
이렇게 자라나야 살아남을 수
That they have to
있는
grow up
게
this
더
way
정확할 거예요.
if they want to survive.
생각보다 제대로 된
This is
수목인이군.
Tao UTD. Isn't so bad. This wooden training dummy.
정교하게 설계된
First have been designed and crafted with some precise engineering craftsmanship. We still have some time until departure. So why don't we try using them for a warm-up exercise? I wanna get all sweaty though. It looks like these things will pose us any danger. I think we can try them out once just to see how we are doing today.
들었나 제군들.
Attention! We have orders from the executive manager. From this moment forth, we'll put our all into laying out our ruin into these training dummies. Hey, I didn't even give an order. Oh well. Couldn't hurt to get our blood pumping now.
천원 돌격.
Versus charge. Oh, okay, so we are fighting the training dummy. I get it.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
점 찍었네.
기대하고 있겠습니다.
Or like just like views and all, so they can move.
이 기회에
대가
평소
딱
지휘
깨고.
실력을 확인해 보죠.
이 작살에 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
It did like a lot of damage though.
따뜻. 엎드리다.
And they do deal damage to me.
승리로 이끌.
대체로 저럴 때
There are like 11 of those. Okay, I think like first two again, right?
그렇게 시원하게
Even 3 of them.
마시는 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이
내 죄는 내가 알아.
Yeah, when we get like some blood feast, it becomes pretty easy.
기도.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모없지 않았군.
완성되었네.
적합한
Yeah, I
것이었습니다.
just swiped like all the 5.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
합격장.
단순해서도
Hey,
대가 딱 깨고.
so I had to kill one of them. Oh, those should be like the last 5.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리. 아육한 쪽 경영을
훌륭하게
완성되었네.
이제 그 도통 알아들을 말씀을 붙이면 딱 좋겠어. 남자
네 피분수.
기원을 가치는 그대로 무너.
Okay, that's it.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않아.
Training yard.
그러니 가릴 것 없이
So I like destroying more training dummies.
카니발 타임.
I actually thought we were gonna like get like level 60, but like level 55 isn't so bad.
당신을
Honestly.
관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
기도.
기대하고 있겠습니다.
꿰뚫려라.
합격장.
으타. 먹어 치워라.
창의적인 발상과
I don't know, the training time is like kinda easy.
중에 떠올리진 않았으면 좋겠는데 벌간이들이 흥겨워하는군. 대체로
대가
저럴 때
딱
이유가
깨고.
있는 법입니다. 인물을 잡아 쫓아오시죠.
비뚤어졌구려.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게
네.
처리하니
대가를 딱
보는 맛이
떼고
일처리는 빠르게 하는 덜
완성되었네.
기원을 가지.
전투 감각
그대로
하나만큼은
무너져.
수감자가 훌륭하게
한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 무기를 만드는 것만
Sounds like I have like 5 of those.
그만 보시면
Like one more.
좋겠어. 사원 수감자
산초류 경혈봉
Man, I wish I get to fight something interesting today. I mean, training time is like it's good and all, but I don't know. No challenge, no challenge.
적합한 조치였습니다.
We didn't even like reach the level cap, I guess. Requirement.
골치야 정찍었네. 거기 조각이 되었군요. 단테 나쁘지 않은 순간입니다.
질질 찾았나? 다류 산초 경혈 육수 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
완성되었네.
Okay.
제가 괜히
Let's see.
사들고 온 것이 아닙니다. 단테 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
How refreshing. These morning workouts really do wake you up.
매번 큰일 있기 전에
I'm so used to getting in tassels before we get to the real meat of the missions that morning feels incomplete without some action. Nevertheless, this was a meaningful warm-up activity.
그런데 홍루 씨는
I'm meaning to ask,
왜
Honglu,
지금까지 가주대전
why you never consider participating in the family work war before?
다른 형제자매분들은
It seems to me that
오래전부터 기다려왔던
all of your other siblings have been waiting and training all their lives for this event.
단순해요.
It's simple,
가주가 되고 싶다고
because
생각하는
I never once thought I wanted to be the family hero. So truly was fortunate and be born with the jade, my son. You have been doing your whole life, preparing for the family heritage or like your other siblings do. You don't need to waste your strength on those things. To win the favor of the elders and gem you inherited by their blessings. Simply witness as much of the world as it has to offer. Jade of our family, my precious son. By you. More memories. What's wrong, you saying? You seem kind of distraught.
어제 파우스트 양이 일컬어주었던
It's due to the plan his spouse had explained to us last night.
나는 사실
I found the plan rather detestable.
저도요.
Me too.
하지만
Our uncle said he's okay with it, so
그런데 그걸
I can call it a plan if we're being honest here.
행동의 지침과 기대
It matches the definition of a plan,
목표라는 정의에는
given that it illustrates certain instructions to be followed with the purpose of achieving a defined goal.
그리고
And please remember that
두 번째
there are
기회는
no second chances in the family hierarchy war.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
To be free from aging
할 것 없이
and
마음
death.
그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
보트라님 외 12.
I'm a survivor
철벽단.
of 12 companions arriving in Tubidane. I entered the hall where the first round was to be held. As always, the servant by the gate announced our arrival. The resounding holler grown to expect.
투기장이나 경기장
In arena or stadium, I see. With many eyes on us, executive manager. I'd love to see the audience seats were brimming with people. Were divided into star-like terraces, and on the platform, at the opposite end of the hall, 3 shadows of chairs could be seen, cast on the obscuring curtain fabric. As for us, we followed the attendant's guidance and stood next to the other participants at the circular area in the center. So, are the evaluations happening past those curtains? Hey. See someone you recognize?
아니요.
Oh, it's nothing, Dante.
다시 만나도
If
마땅히 할
we were to meet again, we don't have anything to talk about anyway.
인연이 있다면
We'll have another chance later, if fate wills it.
시작하나 보네요.
I think it's finally getting started. The curtains slid open, and the old woman we saw from yesterday's banquet poked out of the platform.
나는
Many scores ago,
운이 따라주어
I ascended to the seat of GMU with a stroke of fortune.
장관 세월이
Yet,
지나 이제
lifetime
내
has
자리를
passed since I
내려놓고
assumed this great
하늘을
responsibility.
흘러가리려 한다.
Such as it is, I seek to abdicate and walk the path of mountains and streams as river does.
그리하여
seat
앉았던
voided.
자리는 공석이 될지
The responsibility seeks the one
자격을
with the
갖춘
qualities of the
자는
family
이를
hierarchy
메워야 할지.
to fill it.
가씨,
Thus, here,
산씨,
Dagonyan,
왕씨,
a collective of
사시가의
health,
기둥들로 이루어진
with
이
pillars of great
대관을
houses
우리가
of
하루도
Jia,
잊지 않고
Zhu,
추구하던 하나의
Wen,
질문에 대한
and
답을
Xi. Once again ask you the perennial question.
그대들은
Every word us ought to prove the answer indeed exists. Who's the woman next to her?
제 첫째 누나의
She's my older
멋진
sister.
누나예요.
Big C's Yanchen.
큐사의 아주 높으신 분과 혼례를
She married a very important person in Q Corp and spends most of her time there. Looks like she's visiting for the event.
비록 다른 동지의
Though I have
마음을
resided
보지
long
않지만
in a foreign nest,
고르게 청을 나누고 천륜의
and now
시선을
return
다하여
fleetingly to share the laugh
잠시
with my
자리하였으나
flesh and blood, to fulfill my duties as observed by the order of filial piety.
최선을 다해
I
진리를
return
살피겠노라.
That the truth shall be observed to the best of my abilities.
누군가는 순조롭게, 누군가는 천만고비 끝에 이 해답을 가져왔을 터.
Some of you may have walked a late path, gentle to your feet, yet some of you may have struggled through an unlaid, brutal path, couraged mountains of thousandfold, to find your answers.
하지만
Yet regardless of the severity of your suffering, all of you equally have but once opportunity for the first round.
그럼에도 그대들은
Even still, you are all once
대관원의 후계자들이었으나
prospective heirs of the great house.
대관원의 부흥이
Even your failures shall bring power and prosperity to Dagonyan.
이제부터 호명하는
Now come
순서대로
forth,
불,
in the order you are
불사,
summoned,
잠시를
and demonstrate the
준비한
invaluable
행동을
answers
사용하거라.
with the question of 3 freedoms, one from aging, one from death, and one from brevity of life.
시연이 불가하다면
If they shall answer be demonstrated, present ironclad proof,
놓치지 말고
lose not and discard not. Let fresh youth be unending and eternal. After their respective speeches, Jiayanchun and JMU disappear behind the curtains atop the platform. First candidate, it seemed that Honglu's father assumed the role of the host of the first round, Ren, of the Wang family. And Ren, or another new character. And Ren, the first to be summoned, walked up to the platform. Behind him was his faction, with dragging someone by a rope toward the platform. You like a catch a bloodfiend or something? And they're gonna present the bloodfiend?
빨리 와라.
Hurry up, foolish thing.
누구를 데려가는
Why are they dragging up to the stage?
정도의 움직임이면
Here it is, they clearly don't want to be here.
불로불사
To be free from aging and death, I suppose every being dreams of escaping and rising beyond the body they were born with. Ishkar's pursuit of immortality probably isn't special in that regard. He hath brought the blood back. Then we're finally able to... Okay. I mean, I was close enough. It isn't the blood fiend, but like a blood bag, whatever. Same thing. Okay, I didn't treat it. Let me... Then we were finally able to recognize who the candidate dragged up to the stage. The eyes unfocused and red, mouth sleek, with straw dripping down the mouth guard. Meaningless snarling. It is a mindless blood bag. As the blood fiend became an answer to immortality.
일반 사람들의 시선에서는 블루와 가깝게 느껴질 수
In layman's eyes, blood fiends may appear to have truly attained freedom from aging.
저희는 이미 알고 있다시피
However, as we are now all aware,
피를 섭취하지
blood fiends can grow old and weak
않고 쇠약해집니다.
after a prolonged period of blood deprivation.
짐작컨대 저들이 원하는
Thus, it's
답안은
unlikely to provide the answer they
것이라고
seek.
예상되는군요.
After some struggle, the blood bag was dragged, kicking, and groaning by the curtains atop the platform.
그것이 소문으로나 들리던
So that creature's fabled blood fiend then. Without that'll do the job. Blood's fiend would indeed be quite the knowledge, but to the judges of this contest, I doubt they're anything more than lukewarm to prevent. Monkeys might have been pretty desperate, rather lazy as balls. The boy ain't right in the upstairs. It appears that the knowledge of blood fiends is only common amongst this ilk. Indeed, blood fiends are present in every nest. It is little surprise that those private to arcane knowledge are well aware of their existence. After a moment that lasted less than a minute, Angran and his faction emerged from behind the curtains and descended from the platform.
가조 심사 후보
Angran, candidate of the family hierarchy evaluations, stand up upon the podium and await your judgment. And thus headed their own podium behind the platform as ordered.
왕인
Thus, announcing Angran's results for round 1 of the family hierarchy evaluations. Elimination. No, listen. All they need is blood. As long as supplied with enough blood, they will be eternal and never-lasting. May I vote CMU, please? Nay. What awaits them is no eternity at all. Barely I know not the shape of this true mortality. Elevation seeketh to attain, yet the longevity of blood fiend, shackled by blood and endless suffering, is unlikely to be one. What? But those hunters told me they still retain all of their memories. To become a blood fiend is to suffer all the desires and emotions that exist within thy being for a singular hunger of blood, and only blood. Perhaps that is acceptable condition for those who expect nothing but fathomless torment for the rest of their lives. Yet for those with much to lose, with much in life they're cling on to, those present seem to be. The fate of a blood fiend is no freedom from aging and death. It is but a sanguine shackle to enslave their minds. A member of Bay's faction have given an excellent reply. No further elaboration is necessary. They have failed to bring us a high kindred, let alone a blood fiend at all. This creature is but a miserable blood bag. I cannot even commend your efforts. Here, we're now the Wayne family. They have spoken and mercifully given you the full explanation of your mistake. A privilege that pale candidates do not deserve. Let this be the final blessing of your life. The podium suddenly opens under their feet. Cassian ran and the blood bag to its depth with a blood-curdling screech. So that's what happens when you fail to pass. It was just for dramatic effect, right? It would be like a side path leading back upstairs, right? Of course not. You smell the stench of festering pain, rising like heat from the depth. Christian, I mean honey in your sense of humor. There's some pretty nasty jokes, though. As that all lead. judging by the time between the drop and the sound of the fall,
제법 깊은 곳
I presume it goes quite far down.
아마도
It probably leads to a place with lots of old family secrets. Not treasures, of course, but trying to figure that out might get you a visit from Aisha, probably.
수돌이처럼
본격적으로
Went
준비했네요.
all out with tricks.
그래.
Yeah, it would better be about the ones screaming and falling down the hole later. Next candidate was summoned before we even be able to shake off the initial shock.
두 번째 참가자.
Second candidate hails from the Zoo family. We sat through a few more names and subsequent failures. We couldn't hear what exactly they were talking about beyond the curtains, and unlike the very loud and obvious blood bag, the answers other candidates brought were less obvious, so all we had to go on were the shadows of their desperate attempts to explain things before the judges. Another one, EAH, it means burn as hell. Longer watched the death toll rise. Less shocking they became. Are they planning to fail everyone?
여덟 번째 참가자.
Eighth candidate,
가문의
Bache, of the Zhu family. Oh my, look, we know her. It was technically our competition, but it seemed that she managed to give this inner squad a positive impression with yesterday's brief encounter. Some of them were even cheering her on. She's gonna die. I mean, I don't like her to die, but I don't know. You're playing Limbus, right? We couldn't see exactly what it was that Zubachi brought, but she was holding something as she entered past the curtains.
설가 부
Oh, child, the Zhu family. At her brief meeting with the judges, which, going by the shadows cast on the curtains, appeared to have gone better than we had expected, she emerged. And as soon as she did, Baosha immediately turned in our direction, and hung low to be exact. Bayo, you were watching me, and began excitedly waving her hand. She passes. The podium beneath her remained shut.
그래도 잠깐이나마
Passing connection it may have been.
무적이
Yet I wish to see a familiar face. Wait. What did she present? They didn't tell us, right? Okay, on the curtains. Okay, so we don't actually see what's going on, right? Well, we did see the blood bag though.
다행이구려.
Thus I'm glad.
17번째 참가자.
17th candidate.
가시 가문의
She has a tune of the Gia family. It's Dichun's turn. Slowly ascended the platform and accompanied. So ascended the platform, so they usually like bring something with them, but like the guy he like was dragging the blood bag, so that's why they kind of recognized it was blood bag. Okay, I get it now. She had in her hands, lightly sealed. Oh, okay, so they go like here to the like behind the curtains, I guess, and like present whatever they have, and then they get evaluated. She had in her hands a lightly sealed guard bottle.
비로소 얻었나 보네요.
Looks like she found it. She found the water from the river we saw in Kyoto's memories back then.
말도 안 돼.
Impossible. She reached Lather?
정말 그곳에 도달했을
The possibility that she actually reached there in person is infinitely minuscule.
물론 천문학적 확률을
There is
뚫고서
an infinitesimal statistical possibility that she could have reached the river. Yet,
저들의
even
영향력은
Faust can conceive how someone of their capabilities could reach the
한 곳의 원리에
fountainhead of one of the deepest fathoms. It becomes even more impossible when considering the relatively short passage of time since then and now.
모종의 방법을 통해 새어나오거나 맺혀진 일부를 채취한 것은 아닐까.
A more likely explanation might be that she obtained the waters by collecting its dew, or a portion of what has seeped out. Alas, the river waters served only to put to slumber one's memories. Pray doth it truly hold a link to the immortality they seek?
네,
Yes,
저들이 원하던 정신의 불사.
it's likely closely connected to the immortality of the mind they pursue.
그 정보를 알고 있는
And there are but an extremely small number of people
저 병에
privy to the knowledge of the rivers.
파우스트 역시
If the contents of that bottle are genuine, Faust expects her to pass.
가시 시춘
The return of the Gia family passes.
귀한 걸 얻어와.
We brought before us a priceless treasure.
이걸 얻을
We have taken an unparalleled effort to obtain this. Given the meager size of your clan,
감사합니다.
thank you, big sister Yanchun. Yanchun. As Faust expected, all three judges appeared quite satisfied by what Zichun brought before them. Well, we don't even get to see like the reaction to the Limbus company gift. Why do we get to fight some? Wait. Shouldn't okay, so shouldn't like Honglu also get like tested? Or is it because like of his like the shade in his eye or something they were talking about? It's like kind of special. I guess we have to like read. But we're getting to fight. And I don't like it.
거태 곧 먹이를 먹여주지.
그 다음
Next, 18th candidate. What the hell? How many people are there in this household?
가시 가문에
One of the Chia family. My first meeting with that man was sad and amicable. I had a strong feeling that one other wasn't going to do anything to improve that. Jiahan walked up to the platform. We all fell silent, hearing a familiar name. Bastard. I could feel that some seniors were growing tense, some of them gritting their teeth. And that other man closely following Jian, holding what looked like the egg of an abnormality, was also a familiar face. I'd seen him many times in Yisang's memories.
단테,
Tante,
저 사람들이
have you seen what they are wearing?
에고 장비다.
Echo gears.
AC처럼 새로운
Can be speculated that they have either developed their own method of extraction
추정되는 건데.
or have scavenged from lobotomy carp.
구보.
Kubo carries what appears to be an egg of an abnormality.
그대로
They planning to just offer them an abnormality egg? Was that an answer to anything?
해석의 여지에
While
달렸지만
there is room for interpretation,
환상체 역시 불로불사에 가까운 존재라.
some may present and reasonably argued interpretation. But abnormalities are entities that neighbor immortality.
어떤 환상체의 알인지
With each bit of their success hinges on which abnormality eggs that ends up being.
하지만 제가 아는 가완
It's Big Brother Jian.
실패할 거라고
I know he's going to risk his life for something he thinks will
거예요.
fail. He's never going to risk his life for something he thinks will fail. Okay. One
시환
of the Chia family passes the first evaluation. Contrary to most of our wishes, Chunhan managed to pass the first round as well. Many more candidates came and went. One of them carried a massive, mysterious coffin. But I skipped his pride. Well, I mean, if he has pride, hopefully we'll see him again, right? Right. One of them brought a thick book. One of them presented a cage, so tiny we couldn't see what was within. Some of them managed to pass, while some of them were sent screaming into the mysterious abyss. As we waited and watched the candidates came and go, people from Ancorp, their turn complete, approached us.
아직 황혼이 되기에
It early it is for twilight to arrive, thus early.
다시 마주하는 것이
It's this meeting of ours. Early too, this meeting of ours. If the proof is on words, Becca they'll see that he's come to accept certain things as they are. He sang coolly regarded his old friend, who was now working for Anchor. It was fun as small and barren respite of yours quite enjoyable. I haven't seen your chest as you do now since the leak fell.
어쩐
what do you now approach me? The rift is too great betwixt us to chatter around with any affection to speak of.
내가 보자고 한 건 아니니.
Don't mistake my intent, for it wasn't I who desired to approach you, but you might simply wish to have a look at his brother's face, and I thought I might as well see how you are faring.
가주 대전이 열리니
This everyone is coming back to Jiganyan, now that the family
그날
war
이후로는 처음
war
보네.
started, brother. This is our first meeting since then, right? I do like enjoy this track, you know. I don't know, I wouldn't call it a song, but like a background composition, right? Yeah, I really like it. If it isn't the Dutch fool who has eyes but knows not how to see, I know you well enough. My original purple was a version of our hair and even a brief mention of the word hair. So why are you here?
저 냄새나는 것도
Why are you and your stinking entourage working for this time? Who are you and your stinking entourage working for this time?
네 역겨운 속을 모르고
The
겉에 반해
Is you girl blinded by your looks?
아니,
With the water rot within?
아직도 그 시절을 잊지
Or is it
못하고
Zichun
허공을
who still defends you and your meaningless, fox profound spiel, deluding her belief that you're still the same boy from her childhood? Why didn't you save him? No. Let me ask you a different question. Why didn't you save her? And only her? Jebai,
형,
brother.
사람은
Humans die.
곧 죽기 마련이야.
It's what they're born to do. It's what they're born to do.
곧 다음 심사가 시작됩니다.
The next candidate will be judged soon.
돌아가 주십시오.
Candidates must return to their seats.
죽어있는 시종
Here, servant. You're barely even a living thing.
돌아가지.
Let us return.
더 이어갈 대화는 아닐
This discourse will not bear any fruit. Was this a reunion party?
괜히 기분만 잡지.
It sure sour things. The shameless bastards. It's obvious they're here to nigger our things again. Maybe,
그런 것 치고
but something about them feels different today.
어느 쪽이든
Whichever the
서로보다
case,
높은 순위로
the safer
도전하는
option
게
would be to
안전하다.
place higher than them. Another one falls.
이걸 지켜보고 있는
His family has to be watching this, right?
사람의
I wonder if they'll be okay.
하는 걸까요?
To their mothers, watching another candidate fall down the trapdoor.
보고 있다면
I can't imagine how anyone
정말
would be okay watching their own fall like.
싱클레어, 우리 뒤쪽에 있는 황제
Sinclair, the people sitting behind us,
떨어진 자의 부모.
they're his parents. The guy who just fell.
저런 걸 자식.
Brother failure is our own son. What a pathetic disappointment.
그래도
Don't worry,
셋째
we have faith in our third child. I mean, it's not like we're expecting anything from this one, right?
가주가
Now I see what it means. You dedicate your whole life to becoming the family hierarch.
많은 분들이 가주가
Many
되는
people
걸
desperately
기대하지
vie
않습니다.
for the seat of
그분들처럼
family hierarch.
가주가 되는 대신
Of course, some of them, like his parents, hope to
자신과 친하거나
their
피로 이어진 누군가
friend
가주가
or
되는
close blood relative to become the family hierarch instead.
직접 가주가 되지 않더라도
So they seek
밀접한
to seize a lifetime's worth of riches, power, and recognition by planting someone they can control in the family hierarchy seat without becoming one themselves.
그렇게 만든 건 유통기한이
It's-
짧지.
Kind's got low shelf life.
이런 뜻하지 않은
Looks like I finally got to know how my
오랫동안
long-lost siblings are doing, thanks to this unforeseen opportunity.
27번째
27th candidate,
설씨
Pain.
가문의 반
pen of the Sioux family. Why the... Why they have like 3 dots and like no text, and when I click enter, the sprites disappear. Like, can we please have like instant text on screen in Limbus company? Why do I have to press enter 2 times? And sometimes, when like there's like only like 3 dots or something, when I press it the second time, I get switched to the next traffic. Okay? And I don't like it. I'd rather this didn't happen. Like all visual novels, they have this. It's like a common sense to have.
아, 보차 누나의 오라버니 되시는 분이에요.
Speaks his Baochai's older brother. Like a presenter. Okay, we do get to see him. Like the text. Okay? This gets written. So I need to press enter again to see it in full. Why there is no instant text option? Okay? I feel like even like Pokemon, like the game from what, like 96, right? 96 years it was. It had like instant text display on conversations. Why Limbus can't do this in 2025, right? Zupan walked to the platform, where what appeared to be a large chair, multiple talismans plastered over it. Hey, it's just me. Or does that guy looks like he's totally up to something?
여기 안 그런 사람이
Let's be honest, or it doesn't. Yeah, but that's so different. They was sent into the platform and into the gardens, bogged up to the podium.
너 죽고 너 죽고
Mate,
같은 느낌인데.
looks like he's completely lost the plot.
참가자 설명.
Cadets Yuban,
항상
you was sent to the
안으로 들어가시오.
platform and entered the current threshold. There's the fun of walking down the straightforward road. It's only right that something so precious and entertaining should be shared with everyone. Wouldn't you agree? He placed the jar on the ground, and from within, this desiccated hand emerges.
주술 따위로
Pathetic.
장난질을 치는 거.
Sorcerer's trickery. Just muttered with palpable distaste. Why is he? What the heck is that? Corpses there, desiccated flesh covered in light. Sparse tail of old papers crawled out of the chair and began to shamble. They are neither distortion nor abnormalities. The behavior reminds me of blood bags, or sub-entities enslaved by abnormalities.
이성이 남아있지
Any
않는
semblance of consciousness have been stripped from them. They attack indiscriminately,
강한 사리를 지속적으로
but it seems that
것으로 보아
they're just as
틀림없이
intent
모든
on
것들을
maiming and killing whatever. However, they can get their claws on.
투명량을
Executive manager must prepare for battle. Your orders. The chair monsters set up on the audience, stuffing the struggling, still breathing victims into their chairs.
범인이 날개에서 추출하는
And the organizers do anything. This is still an event hosted by a wing, isn't it?
가주대전에서 다른 사람들과
Because there
태어나지
isn't the
않는다는
rule in the family hierarchy war prohibits bringing harm to other people. They're just gonna sit back and twiddle their thumbs because no one specifically told them to step in? What the hell? What do we do now? Should we step in?
살아남은 다음에
Should probably survive and ensure our safe participation in the family hierarchy war. What the hell is this? Get away from me! The monsters began to swarm in. Some candidates scattered and ran away, while some stood their ground and fell back. Those who did neither were the ones getting slaughtered. I was simultaneously reminded of South, and the confident smile she flashed at me as she reassured us we would be able to pass the first round with little to no trouble. Maybe I have no choice but to take them down. Okay. They're gonna demonstrate Dante's powers, right?
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가
Monster from the gorged and devoured chair of loneliness. Okay.
떨거지면
Yeah,
잘나간다.
cool enough.
기도.
창의적인 발상이
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이
가급적 전투 중에 떠올리지
담겨 있지.
그간의 전투 경험 쓸모가 하나 적합한 조치였습니다. 또 삼방 수감자
Okay.
헛짓이라도 했나 보군.
떨거지면 잘나간다. 기세가 수그러지는 공격의 기회다.
막내야 할 고통.
꿰뚫려라.
그래 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 그런 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 더 답답한 법이지.
Is this like a mini boss by any chance though?
비뚤어졌구려.
강력한 공격은 단순히
찍었네.
적을 제거하는 이점만 있는 것이 아니죠.
완성되었나?
I'm still doing great.
다리우스 포통의 발식. 갈라지는 쏟아내. 쏟아내. 구원의 가치. 그대로 무너져라.
That's not all.
들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
점 찍었네.
Okay. Gotta do something about it. I probably should have used Mercado though.
합격점.
Are you going to not like win this? The amount of turns needed. Hope not. I mean, I do have like blood fiends and stuff, so I should be doing like more DPS with blood fiends. Yeah, like this. Oh, this should be all good, and I'm also going to use the operation. Yeah,
항상 지켜보고
that should deal some damage.
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어부를 뛰어넘지.
훌륭하겠네. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만
뭐가 치워라.
저 수감자 기억해두고
구원의 가치. 그대로
면담에서
무너져라.
치하할 만한 일이
Okay.
생겼을 때
Now I wanna know what happens next.
그것도 상부의 지시인지라.
When I go to something interesting.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는
Okay,
생각할
so
거다. 그러니
we will have 12
그 마음껏 마시.
sections per chapter.
그게
No, no.
내가 이룰 수 있는
12 sections per parts of one chapter. We have like 16. I don't know. Gotta find out. First we gotta get some more caffeine, right? I mean, should I level up my blood fiends? I mean, probably, right? I mean, they're like what's carrying me here. And no real reason not to level up them. Can I like level up them all? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I mean, ring sang is like always good, right? So I probably should like, level up him also, but I don't have any more tickets. Okay, so this leisure, I don't have the level 55 version though. So we have to deal with whatever I have. Basically. Yeah, I can only have this. It's level 50.
이거 참 설레는구려.
Well, this should be enough, no? Okay, it's justified.
위에서 당신을 관리자
Okay, so I think we will have like 16 sections per part. And
하고 있겠습니다.
so that would make a lot of sense.
이 기회에 평생 지휘
Because I want a more story. I wanna know what happens next. I'm intrigued, you know.
전투 경험
No way they're ending it like on these fights.
싶습니다.
꿰뚫려라. 이 작살엔 필살의 심령이 담겨 있지.
강단 강단 목숨 좀
꿰뚫려라.
곧 끝장날 수 있을 것 같은데. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일처럼 빠르게 하는 편이 더 답답한 법이지.
I'm barely doing any damage here.
거기 조각이 되었고
Yeah, I forgot to check about like can I use egos or not. Okay. They do have like they do all have like red coins.
먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않아. 겉에.
And they're eruption. Nah.
밖에서 맞고
Okay, so can I use the funny skill? Yes.
관리자
Can I use
수감자를
I can use two funny skills. Only one. Yeah, that should be enough.
죄인인가?
그저 하염없이 모든
That should be enough.
그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나라.
Yay! 100 damage from Merkala. I mean, okay. 150. Okay.
직접 싸워보질 않았어. 그게 효과적일 것이라고 생각했나. 관리자의 전투 교육도 위에 제시해야 할 수 있겠어.
실밥이 터졌나?
Oh, he's saying that.
수감자를 고급 조각으로 만들어 봐야 당신만 괴로워. 시계에 걸리는 일에 너무 익숙해진 것 아닙니까?
네 피부 선선해. 네 피부
이 작살엔 필살의 심령이 담겨 있지. 내 죄는
Okay, very good.
알아서
전투
처리.
감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하게
Kinda wanna eat something.
이제
But I also want to finish the chapter. I'm not. I'm gonna quit until I finish today. The 218. I have a banana like in my short break, but yeah, didn't really help. I think. What remained inside the hole after the battle was devastating. Yeah, did I already tell that I hate codes? Oh, yeah, never mind. I think I go like close to the window, so getting kind of caught there. And I'm already kind of, I don't know. I already caught a cold, so I probably should close the window, right? Okay, I've dealt with the window. I need to put my headphones back. Okay. We're so back. Yeah. Let's turn the camera back. Many in the audience seats had fled, as the seats that were once brimming with people were only half filled. And the candidate zone down here was littered with bodies of candidates mauled to death. And while the jar monsters, having eaten their flesh, had already crawled back into the jar. I had this. I looked around and saw some candidates still holding tightly onto the treasures they each had brought to the contest, even as they drew their last breaths. In the midst of all these distractions stood the cause of this chaos, watching the slaughter play out with assured confidence. Have you attained freedom from aging? Have you argued freedom from death? Is mind so dull and body so frail? What say you, judges? I pretend before you not the clue to immortality, but a treasure that brings ruin to those who dare to deceive you. Here's my answer to the perennial question.
그 항아리에 진흙을 구해왔구나.
So you have brought us the clay of the jar.
살아남지 못한
It can be said that those who fail to survive this do not qualify as family or candidates, yes?
설가 반
One of the Zoo family passes. It's the pass. He almost got everyone in there killed.
저들의 기준에는
All that matters is that what he has brought meets their standards.
겸사겸사
Like he managed to get 2 birds with 1 stone. Eliminated the distracting rebel from the competition. If ever run into the bastard in round 2, you better let me take more than a few swings at him.
28번째 참가자
28 candidate.
대장
She doesn't. She doesn't. I forgot like all the Chinese lessons I got from the chat on the intervalo. So yeah, she doesn't. she doesn't from the She family. But no one walked up to the platform. He has failed to appear. He's eliminated by default. Ji Deng called a few more names thereafter, but 29th candidate, 30th candidate.
언뜻 보기에도 인원
Number of candidates has clearly been called, but none appeared.
너들 같은
Disappointingly, MB. MB's like, many bodies?
확실히
Yeah. Mediocre bunch, okay. All the mediocre bunch got wiped out from that attack,
남은 것들도
and leftovers are exhausted. She looked around as though she was looking she was doing some sort of critique. Huh? Deadlock.
이런
That mother. I'll be. Put a gun and vanish into the earth. What the hell are you doing crawling around out here? Girl, I saw you giving me the evil eye. Just have the decency to say hi. Pressure. That guy's talking to you, right? And in a very rare display of raw emotion, I realized she was anxious and furious. Oh yeah, the Russian scandal is next. Finally. Do you know him? An absolute unit. That's got to be at least 2 meters tall.
저자를 바라보지 마세요.
Look at that man, Dante.
여러분들도
And everyone, avert your eyes as well.
아무 말씀도 하지
It's
마세요.
strongly recommended that we do not say a word to him. That's right, shrimps. We'll first wreck them fancy brains of yours. Gotta think hard about whether you even come close to my rank before running your mouths. You hear?
저 새끼
That shithead.
손가락이
They hang.
내 회.
He's a finger.
엄지는 손가락.
The thumb is a syndicate.
엄격한
The
조직입니다.
strictest adherence to rigid hierarchy of. Okay. It's not just Chinese. I can't even read English. Okay. Because the strictest adherence to rigid hierarchy. Okay. Hierarchy. Hierarchical. Hierarchy, right? Hierarchy. Okay, we're keeping this word. I think you get the point. Structure, even among the fingers.
그리고 저자는
His placement in hierarchy.
제일
In
높은
his
언덕을
highest,
지키는
even among their kappas, his rank is immediately beneath the position of such a couple or underboss.
자그마한 실수가 큰
A small
싸움으로
mistake could drag us into a battle.
전부
We do not
주인님이
want to
해줄 것을
fight.
명령해주세요.
Please order everyone to not say a word, Dante. I know what's going on, but I get it. You're sad that we're this close to having another Ricardo hunting us down, right? Yeah, let's avoid that. Just Faust tasks, everyone. Yang began stomping his way through the crowd towards us, casually but forcefully showing anyone in his way to the sides. His gait was blase and brutish, but I noticed that his eyes were fixed intently on Russia. It seemed that among the crowd were some people in our positions as well, but even they either averted their eyes or voluntarily got out of his way. He marched confidently through the frozen crowd, as though he was familiar with this kind of reception, until a cry rang out from the crowd. "You there, big brute! You're blocking Master Rango." Seeing his view, I even know that you stand before the retain. He's getting cut down. Maybe his master. You know? The family of his master. You know, their relatives. Yeah, too bad for this guy. How that shall soon be one out of our houses. As of a reply, I heard a blast of a gunpowder, and saw the right arm of the man who spoke out catapult into the air. The scream muffled as Lei Hang forcibly shoved his giant hand down the man's throat, and with the sound of wet meat being pulled apart, he ripped the entire length of the man's tongues out through the mouth. And Master Nango's saying, "Hey, aren't you? You're in arm now. I'm very sorry, but you should have kept a tighter leash on your boy's chowing." Young master of some prestigious household presented his right hand. It was clear that he was utterly terrified. The hang produced to grab his hand and break it off his forearm like snapping a twig. "I was this on you, boy. Seeing a friendly face put me in a good mood. Anyhow, I don't reckon you missed the spider's house. Huh? Can't imagine why anybody would. It's me the heebie-jeebies too. Whenever I gotta swing by. I got some cashing out to do later. I'll teach you how to hold your sword real good. Right like back then. Aren't mine the best out of Mel? I thought I'd taught you how to make every cut real fucking delicious.
류슈 씨,
Rasha,
아직 때가 아닙니다.
it's not yet the time. Faust whispered to Rasha in a low voice, without raising her head. Shut up for a damn second.
입사 전의 약속을
Faust trusts.
기억하시리라.
Faust trusts that you will still remember the promise made prior to your employment. Get that stick out of your behind, kiddo. I heard to pick you up. I sure as hell ain't trying to teach you a lesson either, like back then. Baby's still at that house. And that's right. She was grabbing the hilt of their sword, like she was about to unsheath it. Same sort she refused to unsheath for the duration of our entire journey. You're wrong about that? Just thought donation happened then. Ain't exactly nose deep in them feller's business, you gotta understand. Guess something sure as hell went down though, didn't it? Now, ain't that something? So you're really fixing to unsheath that blade? Saoirse, in a quiet but cold stern voice, House calls Rasha's name. Rasha. Daggett, what in the gosh saying? My bad. You're really gonna take this. It's Thunderboss. Yo, I'm really gonna take this. Thunderboss. Colin. You're gonna understand. Righty then. I'll meet you all later. We can talk about your daddies or shoot some other shit then. See you around, you shady. The strange man turns around and stumps his way through the crowd again. The booming voice reverberating across the entire hall as he loudly and boisterously answers the call. It's good to be here for the family hierarchy war, right?
누가 가주가 되느냐에 따라
The outcome of the family hierarchy evaluation determines
결정되니
the immediate foreseeable future of H-Corp,
곳에서부터
which brings parties of varying possibility, clashing interests here.
그래도 히스클리프 씨
Hey Heathcliff,
잘 참아줬네요.
I said you didn't trash high this time.
때처럼 사고
I was worried I was going to be like the time with the middle. I don't think I do about the time back from my syndicate days. And about what happened with the middle, like I said. No bloody idea what those things belong to. Who those things belong to. Besides, that's odd. More powerful and violent than Ricardo, an individual we had encountered in the past. The thumb commands its own manner of terror and violence, unlike that of the middle. We're all sharing our impressions of Liang. I found Russia frozen in place, in the same position she had been. She had been in when Liang walked past her, spacing out.
소지까지인가?
Also waited Pinky, huh? But she muttered something to herself, as even further chaos was about to overtake the crowd and the candidates. 32nd candidate, JQ. Chezang called upon the next candidate, and at the mere mention of the name, the chaos that swallowed the hall immediately settled into hushed silence. Oh, that guy. from the final of the interval. JQ walked up to the platform, unaccompanied by his own faction, but not alone. Well, those people next to JQ.
저는 초면이
I never met them before.
아,
Oh,
그렇다면
then
저분이
that must
가치우 형님이 찾은
mean that
글로벌사의
their big
답인가
brother JQ's answer to immortality.
대체 어떤 사람
Could they possibly be?
전투적으로 그렇게
None of them appear to be particularly skilled in combat,
오히려
and they're both constantly looking around like they're nervous.
저자는 도서관의
They are
생존자라고.
House believes that they're survivors of the library. Survivors?
피할 수 없었던
Count the ones who survived the impossible, inevitable odds, and the insurmountable force.
유일하게 살아남아
That the only survivors
설명할 수 있게 된
may be able to explain that very force. Possibly.
1차 심사 참가자.
Cadet Q of the Gia family. JQ didn't spend much time behind the curtains. He walked out soon after. Still the expression unchanged from when he entered it.
증언을 들어보니
Testimony rings true. They're both survivors of the place that soared beyond a star of the city before it vanished.
당시 초대장을
It's a shame that we were unable to procure ourselves an invitation then. He passes. JQ's expression didn't budge.
긴장이라는 걸 하긴 했어.
Anxiety could be a foreign concept to that guy.
그럼
Then,
남은 참가자는
Carlos,
더 이상 없나?
all the candidates it seems.
이 자리에 와주신
But the first round complete. Two for families who have graced this hall.
잠깐만요.
Excuse me. Unlike JQ, whose appearance plunged the hall into utter stillness, Anglo's sudden interjection roused the room to roaring chaos of confusion once again.
아직 마지막 참가자가
아유.
남은 것 같아서요.
I think you might have missed the candidate.
그게 무슨
What do you
말이야?
mean? I believe we have covered every candidate present in the list.
제가 남았거든요.
You missed me,
가시 가문의 보호기
Chia Bayu, of the Chia family,
참가합니다.
who partake in the family hierarchy evaluations. I mean, we knew this gonna happen, right?
오랜 목마름도
I hope there's something next.
어버이를 향한 죄책감도
Okay.
피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
Yeah.
그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게
That's good.
우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한.
Is that Chia Bayu? Was that doing here? What did he just say?
예상은 하고
The feeling that this was going to happen.
엄청나게 시선을
What really kicked the hornet's nest? I wanna know and gaze upon our glory. In the 11th hour, the final band of heroes arrives. You say, I pretend you're not with us, hmm? This gives the audience away. Guys, I don't think they're taking the announcement too well. Large portion of the audience is furiously expressing their collective confusion, wrath, concern. The emotions are expressed by their jaws, have been opened past a certain degree. When Marsaud observed, I realized that the chaos wasn't restricted to the audiences. The candidates were starting to get agitated too.
저런 놈이지.
And there he is,
겉으로는 실실
disgusting, delicious,
그것도 모르게 주변을
the ble-
멸해버리는 그 더러운
oblivious bastard who brings annihilation to everyone around him with that silly innocent smile.
어떻게 된 거야?
Huh? What's going on? I thought Bai wasn't participating in the Iraq war. That dumbass. CYNC. Explain yourself now. Mr. told me to grab onto your sword like my life depends on it. If you said that exact phrase. Blimey, can we just... Mentioned you to Heathcliff, she told me. If you ever said anything like, can we just give him a good beating and be done with it? What a throwback.
청숙,
Decorum.
청숙하시오.
I demand decorum. We do not mean to risk having your body murdered. Withdraw your name. It isn't too late now.
가볼게요.
I'm heading in, father. 33rd candidate,
참가자,
Bayu, of the Chia family.
앞으로.
Come forth.
단테
Right, Dante? I don't know.
그리고 루시
And
씨는요?
what about you, Rasha?
뭐든지 써.
I'm wishing to get shopping.
기분이 굉장히
Need to vent the shitty feeling.
파우스트 씨.
Are you sure they're going to be okay fast?
괜찮은 것이 아니라 하더라도
This is something that must be done regardless
것은
of the soundness of its participants. Val spoke sternly. I still quite detest this plan.
사실 누구도
Let's be honest for a sec.
계획을 두고
I don't know if I was actually happy to go through with this.
아니
Okay,
대부분
Gether is the one. Uncle Russia and I walked up to the platform. Up close it was larger, grander, and more imposing than I thought it'd be.
선을 넘어서 들어오거나
Either enter the fabric threshold. As we walked past the curtains as instructed, we saw Jia Yanchun, Jia Mu, and Jia Zhang waiting for us inside.
출가의 생에서 어떠한
I know not what in your life beyond the hedges could have brought this chance of heart,
네가 가주에 도전하는
but to see you aspire to the seat of the hierarch is indeed a sight most curious.
오랜만이에요.
It's been a while, big sister.
큐사에서의 생활은
Has the life in Q Corp been treating you well?
많은 것을 보고 배웠다.
I have seen and learned much,
네가 그랬을
as you must have by
이곳에
Now,
발걸음을 한
I see it's your reason for returning home today.
죄송해요 할머님.
I'm sorry, grandmother.
밝히지 않은
I
편이
thought
좋을 것 같았어요.
better than to let this be common knowledge.
들었느냐?
So you did.
의사를 밝힌 이상
Now that you have revealed your
물러날
intent,
곳은 없겠지.
withdrawal is no longer an option.
그래.
Very
네가
well.
가지고 온 답은
Now present the answer
무엇이냐?
that you have brought here today.
정말 많은 분들이
I'm sure it already sat through many people standing in the same place I am now, explaining to you what it is what they had brought.
그러니
So I suppose you much prefer that I give you a straightforward visual demonstration, make you sit through another 1,000-word lecture. Anglu gave her a sure nod. Yes, I'm okay.
저희가 그들에게 보여줄 수 있는 답은
Our answer that we may be able to demonstrate before them
단테 씨의 힘으로
is resurrection via Dante's power, to show them that death, but a temporary setback.
그리고 그걸
And the most dramatic demonstration of this ability would be to
그래.
indeed,
이건
you have certainly demonstrated something. Truly the least treated part of today by you. Ah, I see. The most effective way to do it was for me to get killed in front of them, without any room for ambiguity at that.
그렇습니다.
Yes, and then, does that mean that one of us has to make sure that Honglu no longer lives? No need to beat around the bush. But what we did to each other when we first met? Heathcliff, is the implication that you are still willing to murder Honglu without hesitation? Murder, mate? You didn't really have to put it like...
더 이상 악인들이
Verily, I don't wish to hurt my good companions more than I already have.
다행이라 해야 할지 모르겠지만
It is strange to say that it's fortunate, however,
저희 중에서
we seem to have an individual amongst us, maybe able to carry out the task in almost painless, swift, and unburdened manner. The other one immediately turned to look at.
그래서
So how would you like to be cut? That fucker Liang. Who's he working with? It seemed that slicing Anglo in half. Nothing to distract Russia from her own thoughts. Jamie watched us in silence, motionless in her seat.
뇌까지 절단.
Let's be spread in half.
이 아이는
We would have lost and ended this child's life.
생명
But even life insurance shall be able to bring him back now. By you. Well then, what will you do now? You have no means to restore this jade of the family. For your transgressions you will clock spin it. So it turned in one of the most high-intensity situations I'd ever turned it. And muscle fiber, the nerves, the flesh that was split, all begin to reconnect like a reviving videotape. Wait, that doesn't this hurt at all. Her skill with the sword was no joke, didn't feel even the slightest bit of discomfort. I hardly even realized that he was dying. Bio, sooner or later that it's been a while since we've met. Grown quite bored. Smell bad, beasts. Dark shadows had appeared outside the curtains, shrouding us before I even realized what was happening.
소, 닭,
Or rest or dragon and monkey. Leisure here.
불도 불사의
Task was to
해답을
find the answer
찾아오라
to freedom from aging and death,
금기를
not to break a taboo
난장을 피우라.
and precipitate the destruction of our home.
이전에
It belongs in the family that once led H Corp was brought to ruin. No arbiter, no claw shall ravage a family Hungian again. Jie and Chun appeared, ready to command the Heisha to kill us all, but JMU silenced her with a wave of her hand.
기다리거라.
We will wait.
카모는
Venerable GMU,
부활이 끝나면
once the resurrection is complete, the head will
그러니 그
must stand this before they
일각만
hold on for a moment.
판단이 섣부르면
To be Russian judgment is to judge it completely.
나는
We should not lose either our treasure
불사의
and the clue to immortality. And her clue was whole again.
아, 감사해요, 루시.
Thank you, Russia.
정말
Julie and her though,
느껴지지 않았어요.
and you too, Dante.
별, 말.
MP. Okay, this is no problem, right?
할머니,
My mother,
그리고 원투는
big sister, and Chun.
보셨죠?
You see that?
이게 제가 찾은
This is the immortality I found.
보지 않는 거.
Are we safe?
부시불부.
If would be out, swift vengeance shall arrive in time, simply yet to return. Jamie's quiet utterance seemed to dissipate the forces that surrounded us outside the curtains.
가주심사 1차
Jamie, in the first round of the family hierarchy evaluations,
합격이란다.
you pass.
다시 보.
Bio of the Gia family passes. What trigger is this? I thought she was off on some sightseeing tour away from Hongkian like a jobless rich kid. He even managed to find his own answer.
1차 심사.
Thus, ends the first round.
합격자들은
Those who passed
곧바로
must
내일
prepare for the
열릴
second
2차
round
심사를 준비하라.
to commence tomorrow.
2차
Remember,
심사와의 간극한
The candidates are barred
후보자끼리 서로
from harming one
기회를
another
가하는 것은
between now and the commence are barred. Well, they are like stop and they are from harming each other. But they didn't before, okay? Or it's like stop harming each other, please. But not really. And between now and the commencement of the second round of the evaluations,
이것은 유일한 규칙으로
this is your one and only rule. Just remember it well. Anyone who dare break it shall immediately be disqualified. Okay, so they mean it for real then. Okay.
이상.
That was all. As soon as Jia Zhang announced the end of the first round, everyone in the audience seats began rushing towards the first floor. They mixed up with that crowds. Probably not a great idea. Let's get out of here.
네.
Indeed,
콧바로
let us immediately return to Angla's room. Decided to slip out before the curious crowd swept us away. However, as we turned around to leave, stood Jie Q in our path.
아, 치우 형님.
Brother Q,
1차 대전에 합격한 걸
or was it
축하드려요.
Chu? Was it Chu? No, I forgot. Big Brother Q, congratulations on passing the first round.
도련님도
I heard that you have passed as well, young master. Congratulations are in order, it seems.
평생토록
I that your young master has not shown an inkling of ambition towards the seat of the hierarchy.
어쩐 일로 이렇게
Suddenly emerged as one of its candidates,
국제전에 나오셨을지.
positively stealing the show.
뭐
Well, you know, when you were swept up by random sources of ambition,
욕심을 낸건 도련님.
let's search for ambitioners' companies, and not your master bias. Well, our last meeting didn't confirm it. It sure seems like they know us well.
테두리 안에 있자 하였건
I was not impressed
가생에서
upon your enough that you were to nicely remain within the borders. Instead, he sparks such disorder at the fringes of his perimeter.
가시춘의 뜻에 휘둘리는
He has thought that his only role was to design, but to be played as a pawn by Chezi Chin. No more,
죽은
my lord.
도련님을
Perhaps you have overestimated this young master.
아직도 너는
Are you
아무것도
still of the belief that
아무 일도
inaction is path without consequences?
전에 인사도 제대로 못 드렸네요. 치우 형님. 가시 가문의
Uh,
정식으로 인사.
yeah, but again, I didn't get to say hello to you earlier, brother Bayou of the Gia family. Probably extends his greetings to you.
성인이 된
I
이후로
realized that this is the
정식으로
first time we are
얼굴을
meeting face to face
처음
since I reached adulthood.
그나저나
Speaking of which, did you manage to switch Big Brother Yi and Mr. Qingdao's heads back onto their bodies? If clipped for the first to let out a flabbergasted gasp, but the other sinners followed suit.
홍문의 형제자매끼리는
Yet that's just how siblings in Hongyan greet each other.
일상인
보차 씨가 유별나게 상냥하게
Not Miss Baja was a particularly nice exception.
탓할 이유가 없네.
You ask a question, deserves no answer.
일말의 준비도
You're right
없이
here,
차례가
unprepared, yet ready to cast yourself into the flames. All for the mere reason that your turn had come.
여전히 같은 생각이
If your mind hasn't changed,
그랬던 것처럼
have been wise to remain unseen and unnoticed as you were.
네. 걱정해
Yes,
주셔서 감사해요.
thank you for your concern. This facade of wisdom
관조를 흉내내는
and
말버릇은
pensiveness poured upon your speech
도통 고치질
is truly intractable.
제가
Do I do that? Watson Chiaku's hand tightened around his weapon. Ishmael quickly jumped in.
아,
In case you forgot, there's a rule preventing candidates who passed the first round from killing each other. Hopefully I'm not the only one who remembers that. God to continue to bully us. I'm surprised if there are consequences. Otis, you've finished the preparations, right? Reinforcements are standing by at the front gates. What? Reinforcements?
그래서
Which is why I'm warning you that taking any rush action prior to the start of the second round could result in a pointless skirmish for both of us.
허장성세로구나.
I'll boast from an illusory army in an empty fortress, though I believe that sheer might is hardly the quality one should flaunt.
여기서 너희와 겨룰 생각은 없.
I didn't intend on fighting you here.
가보.
Cheb,
제 그릇에 맞지 않은 것을
you'll
담겨
beget greatly
말을
suffering
피하지 못할 것이다.
by endeavoring to embrace beyond your abilities.
그러나 부딪혀
Though he still wishes to challenge and be broken, perhaps that outcome is simply meant to be. Instead, he turned around and left us. It seemed that they were only to give us a warning. With relief, I thought we'd have to fight
그 흑수들이랑
Jackie and his Hazelback.
눈치챈 것 같긴 하지만
It's right through us in the end.
오티스 씨,
Very nice teamwork, Otis.
무례하게 짝이 없는
The unbelievable impudence.
말하는 내내
You didn't notice how they didn't even glance at the rest of us through that entire exchange. The badge I picked out from a pillar before walking up to Anglo. You passed the first round. So happy for you, Bayo. Seriously, what's going on here? I didn't even imagine, even in my wildest dreams, you'd be participating in the family hierarchy war.
보차 누나도 1차
Congrats to you too, big sister Bayo, for passing the first round. Confident from the fact that you hid it even from me. You really didn't want anyone to know, right?
맞아.
Yeah,
아마
I imagined that I must kicked up quite the ruckus with everyone. I'm starting to feel kinda bad about this. Somehow I ended up lying to everyone.
뭐 어때요?
Hey, don't beat yourself up over it. Own it instead. Well, if it's all the same to you then, I wanna tell you that I'm so happy that you decided to take part. I was worried that you might have already left Daganyan, so far, far away from me again, by the time I was finished with the family hierarchy war. It would have been too bad. So I'm glad that we'll get to spend more time together, even as contestants. Don't get to say hello and give me a wave if we run into each other again, okay? Zubelcha left us to rejoin her faction, waving sweetly as she did so. Okay. Yeah, there's more. It's like I might. I'm actually really happy, you know.
돌아오셨습니까, 도련님?
He returned, young master. Yep.
좋은 밤이야.
Good evening, Zarin. Zarin bowed wordlessly, the same detached coldness we sensed earlier. Didn't seem at all excited about her master's success today, nor did she appear to be concerned about him.
보호 도련님께
A letter has arrived for you, young master Bai.
너무도
You didn't even try to hide the fact that
생각하지
the envelope was tampered with, did you?
전달하는 것까지가
Our responsibility was to deliver the letter.
온전한 형태로
To protect its
지켜야
integrity was not on one of my obligations.
이모 씨,
Anglu,
이분 당신의
are you
시선
sure she's your maidservant?
괜찮아요.
It's okay.
그건 아닌걸요?
Is that wrong?
수빈,
Siren,
수빈,
Siren,
이리 와봐.
can I ask you something?
가족이랑 비석치기를 하기로
Chilling promised to play a rock
했었는데
tossing game with me,
않아?
but I can't find him anywhere.
그게
That's... Let's see.
그러니까요, 도련님.
How many numbers have you learned so far, young master?
그때 나랑
Darren.
수빈이랑 열이라는 숫자까지
I learned up to 10. Then
그러면
he'll be back after 100 night sleeps.
돌아오실 거예요.
Sleep 10 nights, 10 times. And that's 100 nights.
반복하면 되는 거랍니다. 와, 그렇구나.
That's so cool, Siren. You're so smart. It's nothing.
자라나면 다
Something we all
자연스럽게
learn
되는
growing up.
것이니까요. 수빈,
Siren,
열 밤을
slept
열
10
번
times,
그렇게
10
잤는데
nights. But I still don't know where
여전히 코빼기가
Chilling's
있지
gone.
않아. 제가
They said that young
다른
master
도련님이
Drilling was to return. That he'll be back after 100 nights.
백밤 가지고 사는
100 nights is hardly enough, young master.
천방은
But Jack it's 1,000 nights.
꼴을 당했는데.
Even what they did to him,
그렇구나.
I see.
역시 언제나
You're smart as always, Zarin.
가령 도련님은
Master,
수명이
even years,
여전히
young Master Jialing's body is still decaying.
지금은
He's lost control
많이 넘는 부위를
of over half of his body.
저번에 내가 시킨 대로
Even after
하는
he
게
was fed
좋았는데도
the boluses I'd sent him,
도련님이 주신
was taught to let it.
아무짝에도
Your
쓸
boluses
수
was
없었고
useless, young Master.
뇌까지 같이
The decay
썩은
reached his brain.
원래
You never heard that.
일은 거의 없다고.
But the servants gossip that it's impossible to recover from such a wound.
몸이 전혀
The
제기는
body is
않지
functionally
못한 거예요.
dead. Death would be preferable, in fact.
그러니까
So give up your naive hope and forget about him.
수비는
You're always so smart, Zarin. I've now read the letter, Executive Manager. Alright. I stood there pondering. Otis walked up to the front with the letter in hand.
소드 과장이로군.
This is from Manager Sound. Hello, everyone. I already managed to pass the first round. I wrote this letter before I heard the news, actually. I wouldn't even be reading this letter if you hadn't passed.
뭐야?
The heck? But let's have the celebrations for later. The real game starts in round 2. Other candidates must have been making alliances, strategies, sharing information about the next round. And while you guys stumble around, aimless and alone, returning to your lodging. And here you are now, reading my letter. Is she watching us from somewhere? But not to worry. Your team-specific round 2 doesn't require much strategizing, because it will be messy and continuous battle after battle. So battle on, as you always do. Eh? It's what you do best, right? Hold on. I'd like to go into more detail on this letter, but I'm sure this letter will be, and has been most likely, intercepted by someone from other candidates, clans, or coalitions. In order for you to obtain our objective, you have to rely on what you have learned and gained so far, your intuition, and fearlessness. Like I said earlier, we have but one purpose.
2등을 하여
Contextual clues suggest that one purpose is implied to come in second place and obtain the golden bow. Oh, that wraps everything up then. One last thing. Shameless curs who have rested their eyes upon the contents of this letter without authorization are struck down with the curse of misfortune, as generations upon generations. Never shall they ever be successful in any endeavor, regardless of nature. The bottom part of the letter's been torn off.
무시무시한
What a way to end a letter.
뭐
Does anybody know?
2차 심사에
What to expect in round 2?
사람 없나?
It really didn't help us with anything at all.
자세한 규칙은
Better to learn exact rules on sight
제일
You hear from the organizers themselves.
듣는 귀와 보는
It's
귀와
likely that there are
어디든
forces who already have their eyes and ears on us.
관리자님,
The executive manager,
문 앞에서
there's
인기차를
someone by the
뵙겠습니다.
door. Not on cue.
그건 아닐
I
거예요.
don't think that's what this is. Damn it.
젠장.
Grab your weapons.
무기를 들고
Prepare for
태세를.
Despite a rush, the person by the door was none other than Jie Zichun. She wore an expression that we had grown quite familiar with by now. An interesting combination of annoyance and disappointment.
혹시나 싶었는데
I didn't expect anything better from anyone. Anymore. From you anymore.
이렇게
So you're just opening your front door to anyone without even checking who knocked? Just like that?
근데
I thought you were done talking with. They can be pretty heedless from time to time. I don't think anyone who's intending to kill us had the decency to stand and hesitate in front of my door, wondering if she should knock or not.
아까
Earlier in round 1,
가모랑 원춘 언니
yourself killed in front of GMU and Big Sister Yunshin, didn't you?
그리고
And you revived yourself in front of them too, I presume. Right?
그까지 하는 이유가
I haven't gone that far.
오빠는 왜
It's going
갑자기
to you, brother.
거짓말을 하는 거야, 대체?
I'm the heir? Really? Why now? Why all of a sudden?
봐봐. 지금도
I can tell just from the look on your face.
누구보다 가죽 따위엔
You don't care less about becoming something like family here.
정말
Really it? That they told you to do it?
시춘
Ichun,
만약에
and just for the sake of it, if just, what if our actual goal isn't to come in first place?
그걸 누가 믿어?
Do you seriously expect me to believe that? Right, totally heck. I wouldn't buy that either.
아무튼 호섭이나
Anyways.
사랑스러운 건 아니야.
Not here to lie or parlay with you.
죽어도
Never ever doing anything like that with you again, brother.
고
It'll be nighttime soon, you know?
달빛도
And your
제대로
room's
들지
always
않는
been so dark.
부럽잖아.
You barely let so much as a ray of moonlight in.
곧 초대받지 않은 객들이
It's just
길
warning us that we'll be visited by someone.
뜻인가?
Invited guests soon.
이 상황에서
Yeah,
제일 눈에
No matter
띄었을
their-
오빠를 가만 내버려 둘 리가
no way they're letting you, a sudden unforeseen variable, spend the night in peace. But didn't they warn us earlier that there are two candidates are prohibited from hurting each other? I see.
서로를 직접
Don't think that matters.
피하라는 뜻이었나?
In the exact wording of the law, of the spirit of it.
맞아.
Right.
우회적인
They want them to
경계를
reign as
통해서
long as candidates not trying to kill a fellow candidate. Literally, with their own hands.
그러니
So don't trust
오빠의
anyone,
지도들도 믿지 마.
even your maidservants.
직접 여기로 와줘서
Thanks for
고마워.
coming here in person, Zichin.
내일은
Tomorrow,
정말
you'll
적으로
be,
만나는
we'll
거야.
really be enemies.
이제 와서 바뀌는
Now it's late to change anything, but tomorrow, Zichin stumbled over her words, trailed off, and turned around and left as though she swallowed what she wanted to say.
사실 아가씨께서
She expresses a wish to visit her herself.
세 번을
I made 3 attempts to talk her out of it.
저의 위치에서 세 번이나
It was highly
가당치 않은 일이다.
impertinent of someone of my station to advise against her 3 times, yes, but
그만큼 아가씨께서는
I implore you all
쉽지 않은
to know,
선택을 하셨다는 걸
choice to come here
아십시오.
was not an easy one. I know, this question can sound a bit noisy, but
괜찮으신가요?
I think it's okay over there.
최선을
Fight the trial to the best of our abilities.
부디 마주칠 일이었고
I wish with all my heart that our paths will not cross tomorrow,
동감이요.
and I'll share his sentiment.
저들과는 서로
I wish not to ever bring harm to them,
바라고 싶구려.
nor they to us and her.
뭐 그게
Well,
생각만큼 마음대로
Is anything ever against as we wished, huh? Heathcliff sounded just as uneasy. Shooters. Level 52. Okay, that's next.
제 차례인가요?
소재가 준비.
필라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
A moon. As it waxes, it wanes. O water, as it fills, it overflows. For all lights must go out, the night is still.
때가 되었네요.
It's time.
모감을 곤두세워라.
Sharpen your senses. Hey,
이 건물에
what are some
실제가
known
올수 있는
filtration
경우는
routes in this building our enemies could use?
일단 상대 쪽에서
Anywhere, really.
암살하고 마음을
Look
먹으면
at the assassins willing to put their mind to it.
한 번은
There was this one time when one of them suddenly appeared from under my bed.
그건
That sounds kind of terrifying. Yoshiko was leisurely popping a cigarette. The seniors were looking around in full alert. Suddenly pointed up.
천장.
Ceiling.
내려앉는
Someone just landed above us.
아 천장에
Ah,
내려앉는
so if they're hiding in the ceiling,
이미 이방 밖에
they must be waiting
몇 명 더
for us just out the door. I spoke casually as though he was expecting to have them join us for tea or something. Impressive. You're pretty sharp. The seniors so wiped around and swung their weapons toward the voice, but the assassin dodged back with ease and began chugging from a gourd in his hand. What this smells like? So drinking on the job? Give me a break. I'm no guy on a night shift. I'd say I deserve a drink. Our target's young master G by. Let's kill him quick and call it a night. Instead, the enemies began flooding into the room. Okay.
위에서 당신을 관리자로
Furtive,
지내기 위해는
but out
합당한
as silent.
이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다.
운이
Yeah,
따라준다면
this would
좋겠네요.
I think.
필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
Oh, okay.
인간의
Good damage.
경험이 쓸모가 없지 않군요.
먹어 치워라.
창의적인 발상. 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리지.
I don't like any bleed hungers. Or is that like this one? Is human bleed? I don't know. I think he is.
잘라낸다.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
공부 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장 중요하죠. 알아듣겠습니다. 그래. 그렇게
Okay, really great.
처리하니 보는 맛이 나고 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이요. 널 답답하게.
저놈을 추적해.
단순해서 좋고 구분 수감이지.
Okay.
물론 좋은 성과를
I should already use it. Probably not really.
작전은
총원 불격.
But doing great either way.
대만찬에 집중해.
밖에서 막고
대단,
있는 꼴
딱
보니
떼고.
그다지 유쾌하지. 관리자 수감자를 너무 쉽게 만들지 마십시오.
And good damage.
추잡하네.
골치 아픈 것들이 고인인가 되었군요.
Which has like 40 HP. It's kind of like too close for comfort, you know.
기적해 차려졌어.
내 죄는
단테님 봤어요?
전투감각 하나만
너무 쉽군요.
수감자가 되어도
오케이.
훌륭하군.
I think good.
이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
Night ambush.
네가 이룰 수 있는
And not forget to select her. Yeah,
라만 차렌드를
all good,
뒤엎어.
all good.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
Well, I
기대하고
can't really, like,
있겠습니다, 단테.
Do anything better, really.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Yeah, the start is bad.
의심
What's I didn't get any.
공포 그런 것들이
Just as I wanted to say, they didn't get any staggers, and it is that Don is staggered.
적기라는 것이
Which is really bad for obvious reasons.
뭐가 치워라.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가
전열을 지켜라.
없지만 좋지였어.
내게 관심이 쏠렸으니 너희가 공격할 기회는 더욱 많아진다.
단순해서 좋군.
고귀하게.
수가
Okay, well, that's still good.
물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온 달과 작자란 걸 준비했지.
I need to level up my sinners though.
상정외의 공격이었어.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
순 없겠군요. 설마 알고 있게 하진 않았을 테니.
합격장.
아류탄초 경륜육시 찢겨라. 지원을 받지. 꿰뚫려라.
피날레를 시작하자.
Oh yeah, they're so over. Triple kill.
저 수감자는 기억해두겠습니다. 면담에서 취하할 만한 기생이 있을 때
고귀하게.
But like, is my sound even okay?
담결치.
But like, is my sound even okay? It seems to be. But like, is my sound even okay?
아류탄초 경륜육시 찢겨라.
I mean, I maybe could bring it a bit closer like this. But it should be good either way.
봤어요?
I think when it's like too close, it's also kind of bad because all like popping sounds and whatnot. If you like bring it to the side a bit and not as close to your face, all the unnecessary stuff kind of doesn't really get into the microphone, you know. At least that I feel. I'm not a sound engineer by any means.
분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어.
By none of them, in fact.
아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게. 그리고 제2 권속으로서의
I mean, it's like, I don't really mind it, but like,
소재가
고래를 향해
is this endless? What?
닥쳐라 해파.
Damn.
누굴 팰진 내가 정한다.
Hit the level cap. Kinda. Still working on it.
이전 사유라는 놈도
They are continually underestimated by our foes. Giga made the same mistake. You used to think that you would be defeated by such a pathetic force, did you? Step down. You're giving me an early hangover. Will you compare us to the little troublemaker of the Shi family, will you?
조심하세요, 오티스.
Be careful, his combat capabilities are leagues beyond those of his companions.
혼자서 여유를 부릴 이유가
So that's why he's so sure of himself. I see.
소속과 이름을 밝혀
Identify your name and allied allegiance. Really? Think I just tell you that if you ask nicely? Working in this line of business? No name nor allegiance to give you, friend. You have no name to give. I have a little that others took the liberty of giving me. But then I pick up one or two of those after surviving for so long. Me, who have emerged with a liquor bottle, only to fade into the night shadow. The world has designed to call him Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm.
이 기회에 평소
Okay, so we're getting the like.
하던 대로 해보십시오.
Yeah, I'm gonna moderate this. What?
대가리 딱 떼고
Nah, I've been losing R there.
꿰뚫려라.
Why did like become kind of blood fiend, you know? Yeah,
이 기회에 평소
I'm doing no damage whatsoever.
같아. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
Neutral. I better just evade it.
죄인인가?
Too bad, too bad.
삼정의의
I
공격이었으니
didn't.
이것까지 당신 탓할 순 없겠군요. 설마 알고 맞게 하진 않았을 테니.
대만찬에 집중해.
Okay, one stagger.
지금 시계를 돌리기엔 촉박할 테니 다른 수를 생각해야 할 겁니다, 관리자.
Okay, who cares?
쓸모 없어진 놈은 후퇴시키는 것도 좋겠죠.
고귀하게.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요.
Okay, so I wanted a challenge. Here I get one.
맛볼
Okay, reasonable, reasonable.
전열을 지켜라. 내게 관심이 쏠려.
단순해서도
너희가 공격할
볼
기회는
수가
더
없지.
많아진다.
물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
Okay, I can use that.
걸 준비해두지.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Which is good.
아류탄초 경연급시 느껴라.
Did they get respawned or what?
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
Okay, good. Not good.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 온 것이 아닙니다. 단체
Okay.
이런 부수적인 효과.
She's dead, who cares?
총원 불격.
아류탄초 경연급시 느껴라.
이 작살엔 필살의
I
심령
mean, we're close to like the staggering threshold though.
담겨있지. 나는 이스마엘이다.
여행에
Oh, they also like added
여기서
like the ego indicators. The passives do work in fact.
야의 고통.
Okay.
폐잔병같이 무릎을 꿇고
Oh, we're doing great,
있습니다.
to be honest.
대가리 딱 떼고
평소처럼 넉살 좋게
아류탄초
같이
경연
상황을
발식
개선해 보시죠.
갈라지도록 꿰뚫려라.
I don't know about like the time to kill, but the kill part, I think that's not going to happen.
죽을 수 있다니. 그야말로
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
아주 터졌나?
수감자를 고기 조각으로
아,
만들어야 당신만 괴로울 텐데.
Okay, game makes me think.
시계를 돌리는 일에 너무 익숙해진 것 아니냐?
Bad game. You underestimated me. You think that I will think, but I won't think. Okay, so it's like target search and had the speed of 10, right? And that crush is like pretty much dead at this point. We should just kinda sell her out, I guess. I mean, I can maybe try it on this, but I don't know.
죄인인가?
Okay, she's still alive.
아류탄초 경연 발식 갈라지도록.
필은 창의적인 발상이군.
We didn't kill him.
그래도
Well, I guess I didn't supposed to kill him.
이젠 네
We are next and the last one.
주인도 지키지
A strange continent here, where someone has failed to protect your master. Doesn't know that the sinners can come back from death. That have bribed your master by his life. Be free to clock out. There is no coming back from a crushed brain. Real shame. He studied under my tutelage. Could almost smash me in skill. And the intruder disappeared from the room without another word. After a brief break, revived the dead sinners.
대체
Who could have possibly sent him?
아까 그 가치우라는 놈이
Pitchy
보낸 거 아니야?
Q,
눈빛 여전히
blocked from earlier. Saw the way he was glaring at the rich boy. You don't want glaring daggers now, do you know?
야, 괜찮냐?
You alright?
혹시 정신이
Your
획가닥한
brains
거면
feel funny.
후딱 다시
Ask him to turn the clock again.
아니요. 조금 생소해서요.
No, it's just this feels new to me.
원래는 여기서
No, I was attacked in here. The spooning felt so infinitely vast.
그런데 여러분들이랑 있으면
But now that I'm here with you,
이렇게 또 북적거리는
with all of you,
공간도 없네요.
it feels so crowded and alive.
그게 무슨 일이야?
It's funny how. Well,
뭐 우리가 있으니까
I'm gonna say that he's happy we've got his back, to paraphrase.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
Okay.
그러니 가릴 것 없이
I
말하는
think we're getting close, but I gotta take a bit of like another break, small, you know, gotta get myself some water and whatnot, you know. Okay, we're back. Cold clouds. Clouds are there, right?
도련님,
Master,
떠나기 전 여하차를
I brought some nerve tea. Do you need some before departing? No way, Anglo. You're not eligible to receive yesterday because they aren't open. Refuse it.
저는 괜찮아요.
I'm okay. I'll have some tea, Siren. Thank you.
네, 도련님.
Yes, young master. I'll sip Siren's tea.
그러다가 혹시나
Hey,
차 안에 무슨
that tea
독이라도
could be
있으면
poisoned. I know I have done it here,
아무리 단테 씨가
but you're being
괜찮다고
too reckless.
남편이 계셔서
I wasn't being reckless on account of having Dante around. If I was, never thought I had been poisoned.
일이 늘 테니까요.
I would have been deserting Dante and the process.
저
But just, even if she becomes a lot less friendly,
스비는 스비인 챙
Siren's still Siren,
문제 없을 거라고
so I thought it
생각했어요.
would be okay. That's when I realized that Siren's odd change of character was reminiscent of those we'd seen earlier in the backstreets of District 8. Siren, we went through a lot of revivals. Siren went through a lot of revivals, didn't she?
맞아요.
Yes, she's my closest maidservant, so she was one of the most expensive versions of life insurance. So when you say Xiren's still Xiren, you mean memories are intact? Yup.
생명보험은
Life insurance doesn't actually decay your memory,
하지만 점점
but still you're slowly
풍화되어 간다고 해요.
erode away
그리하여
like a stone by the merciless gusts and rainstorms. Memory shrinks and shrinks,
흐려지고
slowly losing its definition
네.
until the form itself is lost.
아, 한때 그러한 모양의
Only leaves the pain sensation that the stone was once there
있네요.
until it was no more.
하지만 전
But I hope that pain sensation remains a remembrance of the siren at least. Siren quietly cleared away the tea set. You couldn't tell if she heard Hunglu, or if she cared at all, if she did. Regardless, we left her job and made our way to the palanquin that was waiting to take us to the round 2 venue.
사활을 건 전쟁을 앞두고 있을 때
When marching term
가장 먼저 해야 할 것은
to meet your foes in a deadly war. Normally most sinners would have laughed Totis off for being overdramatic, but today they were all listening intently to her every word. We already had several close run-ins with the candidates and their factions, and even the formidable Hayshebek. Those experiences were more than enough to convince us that this was the time to take her seriously.
부적의 정보에 대해
Let's
알아내는
first learn as much as possible about our primary foe,
우리에게 제일 위협이
the one that poses us the greatest threat, if you will,
가치.
and that is GQ.
그자에 대해 아는 대로 정보를 말해보도록.
At least everything I've learned about that individual so far.
잘린 사람의
Well,
마음을 들고
And he has no problems with blood in his own hands. Remember how he grabbed those decapitated heads?
저희와 시춘 씨
I know that he tried to ensure that both our team
술수를
and the Chuns wouldn't participate in the family hierarchy war.
자로라는
We're also aware that he's flanked by Zilu, a mighty Heishu, and Zigong, a strategist.
더군다나 어제 보낸
And it's like he was one who sent the assassins from last night too, right?
네,
Yeah?
여러모로
We know that he's definitely wary of us,
이란 것 같네요.
so we should at least also stay on guard.
아시다시피 이곳 대관원
Oh, we know by now.
오래전부터 존재해
Yeganyan is led by 4 ancient and great houses,
설씨
the Jia, the Shi,
왕씨의 네 가문들이 이끄는 곳이랍니다.
the Zhu, and the Wang.
제가 태어나기 전부터
Ever since the times before my own birth,
수와 비명
this place was a den of political intrigue,
지금은 가시가
a jungle where a single misstep could spell your death.
차지하고 있죠.
Today, the Jia family held the most power and influence among the 4,
그 덕에 저는 조금 더
which meant that I was at the top of the world, afforded a life of luxuries and leisure, the kind of envious life that everyone looks up to and aspires to attain.
그리고 치우 형님은
Big Brother Q here
그 바닥 아래에 있었어요.
was beneath, even the rock bottom of the same world.
바닥
Rock bottom?
무언가의 비유야.
A metaphor for odds, perhaps.
비유가 아니라면
If it isn't, then I presume he's implying that someone pushed JQ to his depth.
네,
Yeah,
많은 손들이 벼랑
many hands pushed him towards the cliff,
그러다가
until there was no more room for him to
형님의
back up to,
낙하뿐이었죠.
until his only remaining choice was to plummet.
키우 형님은
Brother Q is the last surviving descendant
마지막
of the annihilated Kong family.
분명
But his surname was Xie, was it not?
어머니 쪽이 공가에
His mother was from the Kong family,
아마도 그 사람을
and was probably one of the many that pushed him off the cliff. I think you're the kind of person to do something like that, Honglu.
애써 덮어주시지
No need to make excuses for me.
할머니와 어르신들의
Envy and jealousy came about from my grandmother
시기 질투가 따라오고
and the elders' favoritism.
까마득히 높은 건물이
And when there
있었기에
is a zenith,
그 바닥 또한
so exists an area.
숨어들어도 벗어날 수는 없으니
Eddie won't let me get away from it, so I'm going to accept it. Honglu remained placid throughout the entire reveal, although he was making some innocent commentary about the weather and the clouds going by. In fact, watch out for the ones working with the thumb, too. Those Roshu appeared more agitated than he was. The thumb? Oh, that fucking brick shithouse from earlier. The Hane.
유독 경계하네.
You're really worried, Roshu.
왜냐면
Don't you usually just... Because he's powerful. Silent descendant in the palanquin.
류슈가 누구 보고
Did you ever call anyone straight up powerful before?
사람?
No one replied. There is more? Nah. They didn't. Well, whatever. Guess we continue on then.
2차 심사장소 입구에 당도하였습니다.
We arrived at the venue up for the second round of the evaluation. Found ourselves in some kind of deep subterranean area with multiple lifts installed inside it. Some contestants were already rising on those lifts, but most of them had elected to remain down here to quietly and furtively discuss their strategies. As for us, we were slowly getting used to our presence, drawing the attention of every single person in the room. The moment we entered,
참가자분들은
contestants must now each board their lifts and ascend. Well then, we get going too. I feel like they're drawing way too much attention, so let's... Stopped by a voice calling us.
오라버니
Big brother, by you. Ah, Dai.
하셨나요?
Have you been well? It's been a child who looked like her a few times in Honglu's memories. I remember her beaming at Honglu as she made him out of petals with one hand. But now she looked at him without discernible emotion, a spear in the very same hand.
대호,
Dai,
네가 가주대전에 참여하게 될 줄은
I
몰랐네.
didn't think you'd be participating in the family hierarchy war.
잊으셨나요, 오라버니?
You've forgotten that my family cannot exist unless we are in service of greater houses.
지금은
I'm but a blade serving a clan from the Zhu family.
그렇구나.
I see.
보천 누나 내에서
Or big sister by a Chai's family.
네.
Yes,
그러니
I'll be fighting in the service of others
다른
for the last of my days. Tayu. Honglu took a step toward her, but she raised her hand and pushed him away. It was not a threat, but her gesture carried such implicit resolveness that brought Honglu to a stop. Tayu, I'll be departing Pyongyang soon. Elders have commanded me to leave here and experience more of the world.
떠난다고요?
You're leaving Pyongyang, so leave me now.
어떤 답도 해주시지
Still refusing to eliminate me.
않게 떠나시면
Truth about that day. Why? Why would you stop smiling like that?
부디
Then, I hope you'll never come back here again.
한때는 정답게 지내는 이
We shared an intimate bond once,
모든 건
yet always for naught.
지금은 하늘을
Now I'm unbound by the heavens,
영원히 없고
unbound by the dirt.
이 마음엔
Still,
기쁨과
that's this heart of mine now.
남아
The emptiness wrote. A blossom may be louder now, but its beauty and sharpness, the blade of war, the blade of heart. Our meeting never should have come to pass. You always say things that are so difficult and saddening to hear. My own funeral was held long ago, and now, when we met you for the final time, when we meet our ends here, may each become a lone thread, a formless smoke to be scattered to the winds. With that day you walked away from us. It's like I forgot to introduce her to everyone. She's someone from whom I had a brief connection in my childhood, though I guess our reunion was made under pretty unfavorable circumstances. But has she come here in service of another candidate? Mean that we'll be enemies in the next time we meet. He sang trailed off without vocalizing the sentiment and sighed. Connections are such fickle things after all. Only mattered with a faint hint of loneliness as we entered the grand lift, enclosed by 4 pillars. The lift rises bloodingly. When I looked down, I could see the other candidates, still waiting for their lifts, looking up at us, the candidates whose fates may or may not intermingle with our own in this battle. Shebayu, you know I'll leave this place alive. No matter what it takes. Out of your head, no matter what it takes. Someone screams bitterly from beneath us, but the lift doesn't stop. Hanglu, young Hanglu. Are we to battle villains henceforth on this quest? But to them we are the villains. Then they're to be evil in our eyes. Distinction without a difference. Well, whichever is the case, I'm pretty sure that trying to draw a clear line between enemies and allies won't mean much. It seemed that we finally arrived at our destination as the lift slowed down. We were greeted by a sight that at first glance appeared as though it belonged outside. Oh yeah, you can see like the walls are like colored at the sky, right? We were greeted by a sight that, okay, yeah, I just read that. But we were still clearly within the confines of Hongyan. Underneath the blue sky were 2 metal gates leading into a massive domain structure, with lights flickered ominously around the building. Looks like they decorated this huge space looked like the outside. I can't even fathom how much money they might have poured into this project. Familiar evaluation round 2. His embodied voice echoed from the speakers with a buzz. Begins now. The door to the lift that carried us up here closed shut. I finally recognize where we are. You've been here before. This place is the site of the former H Corp. It was once headed by the Kong family. This place still bleeds from the wounds made then. I wonder if we will be spilling flesh blood over them today. We're surrounded by the loud and crowded bustle of the teeming audience. Honglu is smiling still, as he always has, since our first meeting. I turn around to face him, only to see a much younger Honglu. The deep sorrow in the child's eyes was about to overflow, as if he were ready to burst into tears. Okay, so we did it.
머저리들이 밥 비운
Finally. I guess I'm ending the stream now. So I'll see you again next time. Thank you for watching.